Well, it's wonderful to see you all on this brilliant fall Madison day. Thanks to all of you who have come here from around town, around the state, and indeed around the country. My name is Dan Tokaji. I'm the Dean of the University of Wisconsin Law School, one of the co-sponsors of today's event. And on behalf of all of us here, it is my great privilege to welcome you to today's conference, Parties, Power, and Possibility, Revisiting Fusion Voting in Wisconsin. I want to start by setting the stage for our discussion today and speaking to you for a moment at least, not so much in my capacity as dean, but my capacity as a scholar and teacher of law, and particularly election law, which has been my major field for the last 23 years or so. We're in trouble. Our democracy is in peril in a way that it has never been during my lifetime. And indeed, I would venture to say, during any of our lifetimes. Things have certainly come to a head over the last several months, where we are facing some grave and, you know, potentially existential threats to democracy, constitutional democracy, and the rule of law. But those of us who have been studying democracy for a while, whether it's through law, political science, or some other field, we've seen these problems coming for many years. Rising polarization, attendant gridlock, and dysfunction. Virtually nobody will tell you today that they think our democratic system is functioning well. Breeding, in turn, frustration, even desperation, anger, resentment at our political system, and often beyond our political system at elites and institutions which are essential to the functioning of democracy. That includes courts, it includes legislative bodies, it includes higher education, and sometimes the press, all of which has fueled a frightening, alarming rise in political violence. And I use that term even though I believe it to be an oxymoron, because truly speaking, politics is the opposite of violence. Politics represents a commitment to resolving our disagreements, not through violence, but through peaceable means. And, there are lots of diagnoses of what the problems are, where they stem from, as well as prescriptions for making it better. Some of which have to do with my primary field of election law, things like broadening access to the ballot, fixing our system of redistricting, fixing the way money flows through politics. But one set of reforms, or possible reforms, that has gotten a lot of attention, and I think justifiably so, over the last several years, has been changing the way our political parties function. Now, we've had a two-party system in this country for a very long time, right? At least since 1800. And moreover, we've had not just a two-party system, but the same two parties for a very long time, since just before the outbreak of the Civil War. Now, those parties have changed considerably over the course of time. I mean, they are always, in fact, shape-shifting, and we've certainly seen a lot of that over the last 20 years as the demographics of the two parties, 20, 30 years, have really kind of flipped in some ways, including college-educated versus non-college-educated voters. But it's pretty remarkable that we've had not just a two-party system, but the same two parties for so long. Lee Drutman, who is here with us today, has written of the two-party doom loop that we now seem to be in, and I'm sure you'll be hearing more about this idea over the course of our proceedings. I think his diagnosis is basically right about that, which isn't to say that a two-party system can't work, but rather that ours, in this era at least, is not working, at least not working very well. So we're going to talk today primarily about one possible intervention in this two-party system, fusion voting. I'm not going to say a lot about fusion voting in my introductory remarks, but what we've tried to do in planning this, and I say we, even though other people who I'm about to mention really played the primary role in putting all of this together, is to talk about fusion voting, but also to introduce you to different perspectives. My own personal view, for whatever little it's worth, is that there's no one magic bullet to the manifold problems that American democracy is facing at the moment, but that fusion voting is one of those things that we should seriously be considering. So I want to just, before I close, thank some of the people who are primarily responsible for today's event. I want to start with my partners here at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. One of the things that I won't say it's the main thing that drew me here when I came to serve as dean just over 5 years ago, but was certainly a big side benefit, was the fact that we have such an amazing political science department here at this university, including people like Barry Burden and Kathy Kramer, who I see in the back, both of whom are, along with myself, part of the Election Research Center based in our political science department. That department also includes Alex Tock, who is the head of the Tommy Thompson Center, and in that capacity over the past few years has done a magnificent job of broadening dialogue and encouraging respectful but robust debate among people with varying perspectives, ideological and otherwise. It also includes our state democracy research initiative here at the law school, led by Miriam Seifter and Rob Yablon, my good friend, neighbor, and colleague. Rob and Miriam were really ahead of the curve in recognizing something we'll be talking a lot about today, the importance of state law and state constitutions, especially, as well as state courts, in the functioning of our democracy and really leading the public discussion on those fronts. I also want to thank our partners from outside the university, particularly the New America, and Marisa, I just saw you somewhere. She has played an enormously important role in putting this conference together, really making sure that we stay on task at every juncture, as well as the Center for Ballot Freedom and Dave Palmer, who you'll hear from in just a moment. And then finally, our own team here at the law school, led by Daniel, and who was just up here a moment ago, and Kim Rather. They are really pros at putting on events. So if you would, please join me in thanking all of the people who have put this together. I also want to acknowledge one person who is not able to be here, but has been a leader in this area, and especially on fusion voting for a long, long time. And that is my colleague, Joel Rogers, the Noam Chomsky Professor of Law, Public Policy, and Sociology here at UW-Madison, the first chair of the new party, later became the Working Families Party, and an attorney on the litigation that led to a case that many of us consider unfortunate, Timmons versus Twin Cities Area New Party, which upheld the constitutionality of fusion voting bans, at least under the United States Constitution. Joel very much wanted to be here today, but unfortunately had another commitment with another group that he is a central player in, the Economic Analysis Research Network. So Joel, if you're watching online, so sorry you couldn't be here today, but we know that you are here in spirit. Um, I'm almost done here, but I want to just lastly thank all of you again for coming here today. Your presence, because I know you're all busy people, is one of those things that at this very difficult moment gives me hope that there are people out there who are committed to improving our constitutional democracy and willing to roll up their sleeves and do it. You know, the motto at our law school is law in action. And you all, just by being here, as well as by the things that you're doing in various ways, whether it's as a lawyer, an activist, a scholar, or a citizen, they really do matter, although I know it can sometimes be frustrating and demoralizing. So thank you all for being here. I want to encourage all of you, especially the panelists, but audience members as well, to think of the various panels that you'll be hearing from over the course of the day as an ongoing conversation. So I really encourage those on, later panels to be taking notes about the earlier ones and engaging in dialogues with those, whether they're on your panel or people who spoke earlier the day and in the day. And the same goes for you as participants. All right. So once again, thank you. And it is my pleasure to now turn the podium over to Dave Palmer, the campaigns director and counsel of the Center for Ballot Freedom, who will get a little bit deeper into fusion voting. Dave. Is this being recorded?
Yeah.
It is being recorded. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Dave Palmer with the Center for Ballot Freedom. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization working to re-legalize fusion state by state around the country. And I have the easy and quick job of just explaining what fusion voting is. If we're going to host a conference on fusion, it's important that everyone knows what it actually is. So despite fusion having been legal in every state in this country at one point 100 plus years ago, it really only operates now in New York and Connecticut, and in a limited way in a few other states. So if you haven't heard of it, you're not alone. Put simply, this is the key thing, fusion enables political parties to nominate a candidate that is already nominated by another political party. So typically it's a minor party or third party that will cross-nominate a major party candidate. So let me show you an example of what that would look like on a ballot. As you can see in this hypothetical race for a congressional district, major party A has nominated Claire Smith. And that could be the Republican Party, it could be the Democratic Party. Major party B has nominated Alex Miller. And then there's this new party, the United Wisconsin Party, and they have interviewed Claire Smith. They've looked at her values, her platform, her record. They've done the same with Alex Miller. And they've decided that of these two major party candidates, Claire Smith seems to align more with the United Wisconsin Party. And so they've decided to nominate Claire Smith as well, to cross-nominate her, to fuse on the major party candidate. And so the ballot would look something like this. She appears twice on the ballot. So the voters would go inside a voting booth and they would see something like this, and they would have a sense that Claire Smith has broader appeal than just major party A, and voters are told they can vote for one, choose one. let's imagine now that there's some set of voters out there who they like Claire Smith, but they don't necessarily align with Major Party A. They don't love what Major Party A stands for. Their values align much better with the United Wisconsin Party. With Fusion, they can now vote for Claire Smith on the United Wisconsin line, not on Major Party A's ballot line. So unlike a typical third party, with Fusion, the United Wisconsin voter would get to vote for a candidate that they support, but do that on a ballot line that more closely aligns with their values. So they get to help to vote for someone who actually has a shot of winning, but they also get to send a signal about what their vote stands for. So let's say that there's a small but not insignificant number of voters who feel the way that I just described. They like Smith more than they like Miller. They don't really align with Major Party A. They do align with United Wisconsin. What might an election look like in that case? How would these votes get counted? So here are the results of our hypothetical election. You can see Claire Smith got 47% of the vote on Major Party A's line. Alex Miller got 49% on Major Party B's line, but 4% of the vote came in for Claire Smith on the United Wisconsin Party line. That 4% gets added to the 47%, and Claire Smith now has 51%, and she's won the election because of that Fusion Party line. And that's it. That's how Fusion works. It's pretty simple. Of course, a Fusion Party may not always make the difference in election, but it certainly could. And in the states where it exists, in New York and Connecticut, there are examples where elections have worked just like this, and governors in New York and Connecticut have been elected with minor party support, and that's been both of major parties. Now, if United Wisconsin were not allowed to fuse, which is currently the case in Wisconsin, and they, like a typical third party, they ran their own candidate, so you wouldn't see Claire Smith's name up there. They would essentially have gotten 4% of the vote, and one could argue that that was a wasted vote because that candidate had no real shot of winning. And they also might have helped to elect Alex Miller, who is in fact their least preferred candidate, what they call spoiling an election. So that's one of the big potential values of Fusion. You're going to hear a lot more about Fusion today and how it could matter in this moment and also beyond. But on a basic level, I think you could see just in the way that it operates that there's a potential for Fusion to give voters more choice in terms of political parties and the ability to send a signal about what their vote stands for. And there's potential for new parties to form because they feel that they can be constructive players that have influence. You can imagine that in the next election, Alex Miller is going to want to compete for that nomination. He's going to want to appeal to the voters of the United Wisconsin Party. And Major Party A and Major Party B will also take note, and that's kind of the potential power of Fusion. The last fun thing that you'll also hear more about today is that there actually is an organization called United Wisconsin, and they want to be a Fusion political party in Wisconsin, and they're currently suing the state of Wisconsin to try to re-legalize Fusion here. And so that's what makes this conference particularly timely. But thank you very much. I will call up Julia Azari now to and the other panelists for the first panel and hand it over. Thank you.
I'm delighted to be here. I'm Julia Azari from Marquette University. And I will be moderating this fantastic panel on the role of political parties. So I was asked to say how I got here. I work on political parties and American political development, largely from a presidency perspective. And I tend to be really skeptical of institutional reforms, and these nice folks keep inviting me. So thank you for that. We have a really distinguished group of panelists with us here today, and I'm going to introduce them kind of in the order that they are sitting. This is a group that all produces excellent scholarship and is also incredibly publicly engaged, so you can go online and read the things that they have written. Joining us via Zoom, I'll start with Liliana Mason, professor of political science at the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University and foremost political psychologist of political polarization. Her books include Uncivil Agreement and Radical American Partisanship, published with Nathan Kalmo, who's over on that side of the room. To my left, immediately here, is Seth Maskett, professor of political science at University of Denver. And his extensive publications include Learning from Loss, which is a book that looks at the Democrats after 2016 and how that shaped nomination politics. And he has a forthcoming book about Trump and the Republican Party called The Elephants in the Room. Next to him is Daniel DeSalvo, who has a new title since the last time we were on a panel together, who is professor and associate dean of the School of Civic Life and Leadership at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. And Dan also has an extensive publication record, but I wanted to especially direct people to his work on party factions and his 2012 book, Engines of Change, Party Factions in American Politics from 1868 to 2010. And then all the way down at the end, we have Jen Dresden, who is a policy strategist at Protect Democracy and brings a much needed and welcome comparative politics perspective to this panel with her background and research on democratization and democratic backsliding. So I think I'm going to give everybody the 5 minutes they're allotted. Then I'm going to pose some questions, and I'm going to hold them to some very strict limits and make sure we have time for audience Q&A. So I want everyone to be prepared for me to be really violent and obnoxious about that. Why don't we get started with you, Lily, since we got the tech going and we can see your slides.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry that I can't be there. My flight was canceled at the last minute. I think I'm here to do a very kind of broad idea about what parties are for, and how they relate to our sort of psychological orientations. The first thing that I'm going to say is that basically we think about parties as ideally working this way, where they have two different sets of policies, and we decide which set of policies we like the best, and then we vote for the party that has the policies we like the best. But most of my own and others' research has actually shown that the divide between the parties is more about who is in the parties, and therefore the partisan divide is really pitting different types of people against each other. So we know, for example, that white evangelicals are overwhelmingly Republican, white non-college men are Republican, rural South, etc. White college women are more Democratic, millennial women are Democrats, religiously unaffiliated. And so what our two-party system does is it pits these different social groups against each other, which makes it harder to sort of find areas of compromise and common ground. Rather than talking about what the marginal tax rate should be, we're talking about which groups of people win in American politics and have power. And in fact, you probably can't see this, but in fact, we tend to think about politics this way. This is from an Aller and Sood article, where basically the blue dots, if you can see them, are the true composition of these groups for each party. The red dots are what we, on average, think the percentage of this group in the party is. So the top line is union members. The true percentage of Democrats who are union members is around 10%, but we estimate on average that it's around 40%. The true percentage of gay, lesbian, and bisexual Democrats who are gay, lesbian, and bisexual is less than 10%. We estimate that it's over 30, etc. So even when we think about politics, not only do we think about it in terms of these groups, but we actually overestimate the amount, the extent to which these groups are disproportionately making up these parties. The other thing that they found in that article is that the more interested you are in political news, the more you overestimate these things. So the even more you think about the parties in terms of who is in the party, who makes up the party, rather than sort of like, so you have more incorrect ideas the more you actually know about politics, which is a finding that we've seen in other studies as well. And one thing that we know about having a strong partisan identity is that it biases our perceptions of the world. And so this is just an example. Usually consumer sentiment is actually, it's better understood as a proxy for partisanship. When Democrats are in control, we see Democrats believe in the economy more. On the day that a Republican takes control, our economic perceptions switch, and we see Republicans think the economy is doing better, Democrats think it's doing worse. So even in terms of our ability to sort of judge objective economic reality, that tends to be largely determined by which party we are and which party is in power. And this is, I think, a general indicator that not only are we thinking about our parties as sort of group-based entities and identity-based entities, but that identification is able to bias our perceptions. One thing that we know from comparative politics is that when our identities become deeply aligned with our political differences, the chances of society sort of falling apart and falling into violence are much higher. So in other countries, when the partisan divide is aligned along ethnic or religious cleavages, the chance of civil war is 12 times higher. And then you definitely can't see this, but the bottom left panel there is the United States, and it's the level of affective polarization. So how much Democrats and Republicans dislike one another from 1960 to 2020, compared with a lot of other countries who have different political systems and different sort of party systems than the U.S. Has. The U.S. is really, a lot of other countries have largely two parties, but specifically because of our primary system, the U.S. is really stuck in this two-party situation, which makes our sense of winning and losing, us versus them, whether we feel like we are able to compromise with people on the other side, all of that becomes much more existential when you have a solely two-party system. But in other places, so for example, in the UK, when a divide goes, sort of reorients a society into a two-part divide, like, for example, during Brexit, Sarah Hobalt and her colleagues found actually that people were much more biased against their Brexit opponents, because it really, more than the parties, the Brexit decision divided the UK into us versus them much more neatly. And what they found was that there was more bias against people on the other side of the Brexit divide than there was even in terms of political parties. So when a society is divided along a sort of one side versus the other zero-sum divide, it does seem to have a lot more animosity and include a lot more bias against our partisan opponents. And that's part of the reason why the U.S. is in sort of a worse position in terms of partisan animosity, and in terms of the amount of political intransigence and political prejudice that we're seeing in our party system. I'll stop there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lily. I'm going to go back to the alphabetical I guess, arrangement. So, Dan, do you want to go next?
Sure.
We're going to hang up just to probably get rid of this echo.
Okay.
Thank you very much to Alex, to the Tommy Thompson Center, to the law school for inviting me to be on this panel with so many other distinguished scholars and practitioners. It's a delight to be here this morning. Since I've only got 5 minutes, I'm going to jump right in. Let me begin with a fundamental proposition. Democracy means self-government through representative institutions, right? And we know that the American founders harbored deep suspicion about organized political parties. Yet, political competition through parties became not merely inevitable, but essential to democratic governance. Why essential? Because parties perform a function that isolated citizens cannot. They aggregate interests, articulate competing visions of the common good, and offer voters meaningful choices between alternative policy directions. As famous political scientist E.E. Schatzsnyder captured this idea very well, I think, when he wrote that modern democracy is unthinkable, save in terms of political parties. They provide the organizational structure that transforms us from atomized individuals into what he calls a semi-sovereign people. But, and this is crucial, healthy party competition rests on a foundation that transcends partisanship itself. Party rivalry depends upon agreed-upon norms, shared values, and a common political culture. This is the delicate balance at the heart of democratic politics. We need robust partisanship, vigorous advocacy, even fierce competition, but all within a framework of a agreed upon civic consensus. Without this shared culture, the system can easily deteriorate. Parties begin casting their rivals not as legitimate opponents with different views, but as enemies whose very participation threatens the republic. Peaceful alternation in power, the most fundamental requirement of democracy, becomes questionable when we view electoral defeat as an existential catastrophe. Now, this brings us to the current reform debates, and here I want to lay down something of a challenge to today's conference. Many thoughtful reformers today advocate for more decentralization of our parties or party systems, multi-party systems, ranked choice voting, fusion ballots, and similar innovations. They diagnose real pathologies with our current system, and their concerns deserve serious attention. But consider an alternative perspective. We've already tried decentralizing our parties, primarily through primary elections, pushing power down and out. Meanwhile, the structural features of American politics, single-member districts combined with first-past-the-post voting, powerfully constrain our options. These features reliably produce two large, relatively undisciplined parties. If anything, then, we should be pushing for more centralization, wanting stronger, more hierarchical party structures with greater discipline. But here's another intriguing possibility. The very weakness of American parties, their lack of ideological coherence, their internal diversity, may actually be a strength in disguise. Historically, intra-party factions have achieved many of the goals that multi-party advocates seek. These factions provided voters with real choices and drove significant policy change, all without requiring wholesale systemic transformation. Moreover, our system has something of a built-in advantage. It requires cross-factional, cross-party negotiation, often producing compromise policies that reflect broad societal agreement. Yes, accountability becomes more complex, but the alternative, rigid party discipline and polarized opposition, brings dangers we're experiencing acutely today. Take fusion voting, for instance, a reform that sounds appealing in theory, but creates perverse dynamics in practice. I've spent most of my adult life in New York, and New York City in particular, and long experience with fusion voting illustrates the problem. I'm looking at my time, and I realize I don't have to go all into this, but just consider Kathy Hochul's recent endorsement of Democratic Socialist Zoran Mandani's for New York City mayor, which has been widely interpreted as a preemptive move to prevent the Working Families Party from running a candidate to her left in next year's gubernatorial race, which would probably transform the Republican chances of defeating her from remote to competitive. This isn't healthy democratic competition. It's a sort of strategic manipulation that distorts rather than clarifies ballot access. So the diagnosis of our current moment is itself paradoxical. Our parties are simultaneously too strong and too weak. Too strong in generating the tribal loyalties Professor Mason discussed and existential political rhetoric about opponents. Too weak in their capacity to govern, to enforce meaningful agreements, and to negotiate differences. But rather than pursuing wholesale reform for the multi-party system, changes that would face enormous practical obstacles and uncertain benefits, perhaps what we should revitalize what has historically worked: robust factional competition within broad party coalitions. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
And Jen?
Well, once one speaker uses the podium, I think we all have to now. So I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers for putting together this day of really thought-provoking and important conversation. I am going to lean in a little bit to what Julia noted, which is that I am the token comparativist on the panel. So if you'll indulge me, I would like to sort of operate from that perspective a little bit. So we've heard a little bit so far today about the ways in which political parties are essential for contributing to the sort of affirmative building blocks of healthy democracy, right? Aggregating interests, creating coalitions, governing. But what I would like to talk a little bit about today is the important defensive role that political parties can play when it comes to questions of democracy. So yes, they are important to contributing to healthy democratic practice, but the two options are not only healthy democracy and dysfunctional democracy. Authoritarianism is also a thing that exists in the world. And when we look historically in the United States and comparatively around the world, there are many cases in which political parties have a really important role to play as the first line of defense against would-be authoritarians. And this is because one of the places in which that shared set of democratic norms and political culture gets preserved among political leaders is within parties, and they have the ability to constrain themselves in that way. Now, political parties don't always do this, right? And so the important question is, what makes that more likely? Under what conditions is it more likely that political parties can actually and will actually play this defensive role in choosing to prioritize the democratic system, democratic norms, and the key building blocks like respect for the rule of law? When we look globally, we see that typically multi-party systems are more likely to see parties do this than two-party systems are. So why is that? Part of this is the conditions that we've talked about so far, right? The us versus them dynamics that two-party systems are more likely to produce, particularly when we have this broader breakdown in political culture and this sort of turbocharged polarization that we see. Now, when it comes to the defensive question, one of the reasons that this is really important is that we know from polling research on public opinion is that individuals are more willing to tolerate and accept violations of democratic norms, efforts to break down guardrails on power consolidation, all the sort of stuff that erodes democracy. People are more willing to tolerate that when it comes from their own side, when it comes from leaders that they associate as co-partisans, right? So it's not just people's bias about how the market is doing that is impacted by this dynamic. It's also their assessment of what is and is not acceptable within a democratic system. So that creates opportunities for abuse and sort of, again, erosion of democracy because of this us versus them dynamic that voters are left sort of choosing between these two sides. But the second thing is that multi-party systems offer party leaders more strategic options than two-party systems do. So when we look around the world and we look at places that have sort of rising extremist factions, say, in a multi-party system where political leaders are typically building cross-party coalitions, right? You have multi-party coalitions to govern. You have a couple of options of how you can respond to extremist factions that are on the rise, right? For the political scientists in the room, some countries we will see a cordon sanitaire, which is just a fancy way of saying everybody refuses to work with the extremists. You have more options for building coalitions, and so you don't have to depend on them to get you over the line to victory in governing. In other cases, we see cases where extremist parties and factions are brought in to governing coalitions, but in ways that encourage them to moderate, right? To sort of prefer being in the club, prefer being able to help govern over their extremism or their anti-system positions that would erode democracy over time or sometimes quite quickly. Now, in a two-party system, those kinds of options are not as equally available. Right. Too often, party leaders faced with an authoritarian faction have to make a decision. Do they allow that to be part of their party? Do they work with it because it brings potentially substantial electoral advantage? And do they sort of win at the risk of democracy? Or do they prioritize those democratic norms and stability at the cost of being slightly more likely or potentially very more likely to lose elections? Right. And I don't think it's radical to say that politicians will often prioritize winning elections. It's not surprising to anyone in this room, I think. So when we think about reform, I think one of the questions we have to really ask ourselves is how do we think that parties will respond to the reform? And what is it that the new reform landscape will do? Will it make it more likely or less likely that party leaders will be able to make choices and behave in ways that preserve democracy And so this, I think, is one of the important questions we have to be asking ourselves as we consider the different reform options that were raised earlier.
Seth?
This should work. Okay. Thank you all so much. Thanks to my fellow panelists. Thanks to the organizers for letting me be part of this today. I really appreciate this. So on the question of the role of parties, obviously parties have lots of roles. There's a couple that have really been preoccupying me lately. And this overlaps somewhat with what Dan had said, focusing on some of the work from E. Schattschneider back in the 1940s. Parties, as I see it, provide the role of giving elections meaning and providing some sort of accountability to our political system. Now, on the first, giving elections meaning, we know that parties have some ability to tie policies and their vote into the public's mind. That is, the party label provides a huge amount of information when we see it on a ballot that voters otherwise wouldn't really have or be able to get. It's hard to learn about politicians, but that little D or R tells us a lot about what they would do in office. And this is a way for voters to be involved and to understand. There's a wonderful study by Schaffner, Streb, and Wright back in 2001 where they compared similar places, similar cities, similar states, one which had partisan elections, one which had nonpartisan elections. So they look at Champaign and Urbana, Illinois. They look at Kansas and Nebraska and find basically when you have partisan elections, there's much higher turnout in the down ballot races. More people can participate. It's easier for them to understand what's going on. On the question of accountability, I think as we're increasingly finding, there's not a ton of tools for accountability in our political system. But one of them is still voters in elections. Voters are not great at following individual politicians, but they do have a sense about political parties. In theory, if voters are unhappy with the way things are going in their state or their country, they know that they can throw that party out of power and get something very different as a result. That's useful. This approach was very relevant for my first book, No Middle Ground. It came out in 2009. That's centered actually on a form of fusion primaries that existed in California in the first half of the 20th century. That form was called cross-filing. Now, this is kind of a distinct style here. Under cross-filing, candidates for office could run in as many primaries as they wanted to. They didn't need the party's permission to do that. So what would typically happen is an incumbent would run in the Democratic primary and the Republican primary and the Socialist and the Progressive primary. And typically the incumbent would win all of those contests because they were the only one anyone had to recognize their name. And so on the general election ballot, they would be the only name on the general election ballot with some weird hybridized party label next to them. In 1942, Earl Warren was both the Democratic and Republican nominee for governor in California. Now, as you can imagine, what this caused was a complete collapse of partisanship in the state legislature. Basically, no one knew which party anyone was. No one was really accountable to anyone. The state ended up being dominated by kind of this moderately right, business-friendly coalition and major lobbyists from the railroads, banks, and oil companies. It was actually like a very corrupt era in California history. It was labor unions that pushed for the end of cross-filing, figuring that would help make the state more partisan and also somewhat more Democratic leaning. And that actually did become, that sort of rapidly changed in the 1950s. This was interestingly, roughly the same time that Schattschneider was working on this APSA report in 1950, recommending stronger, more principled, more distinct parties. So there's as I'm writing this and doing this research, I'm like a sort of a crappy version of Schattschneider trying to say, yeah, it would be great to have more distinct things. And what happens in this journey is yes, we're coming out of the 1950s, 1960s. Parties are becoming stronger and more distinct. Then we get to around the 1990s, 2000s, and people start saying, that's enough. We're good now. Stop polarizing. And it just keeps going. So today we're kind of at the other end of that problem where the system, the electorate have become so partisan that accountability is again dead. Basically, no one will ever cross party lines to vote against their party. So through this whole discussion, I've been, I guess I would describe myself as fusion curious. That is, like, part of the problem with California's system is that candidates did not need the party's permission to win a nomination. In other fusion systems, like in New York's, that can be different. And where you need permission, that can actually provide more information to voters. A liberal/Republican is different from a Republican, and that can be helpful. I'm interested basically in a system where parties can impose some accountability and where parties are polarized enough to give elections meaning, but not so polarized as to paralyze the whole system. Thank you.
2 seconds under time. All right, great. Thank you so much. This is really thought-provoking. And what I'm going to do is offer sort of two, I think I was told to do reflections, but I think I'm just posing questions here, and then ask each panelist some specific questions. So I'm going to give you a couple questions to noodle on and then specific questions. The reflections really are based on my own personal obsessions related to the party system, but I think that each panelist will probably have something useful to say about this. The first one is that we tend to talk at these events about political parties in very general terms, and yet we know from, I think, casual observation as well as a growing body of scholarship that the two parties in America's political system are asymmetric in many ways. And so what I would like to hear the panelists comment on is how much is the electoral system kind of implicated in these asymmetric party behaviors? And if we changed the structure and we assume that changes the incentives of the parties, will that sort of alter this asymmetry between left and right broadly conceived? The second question I have is about the nationalized electoral environment, and this question about how impactful are subnational political experiments like fusion voting, given the kind of power of national party labels. So this is sort of the beginning reflection, and then in the interest of time, I'm going to pivot to specific questions and then return to my own obsessions and then hand it to the audience. That's the plan. Okay, so I'm going to go in the order that you all went. Dan, I'm going to start with you. Your work on factions really makes this interesting and compelling case about factions as a way to kind of manage change without engaging in wholesale institutional reform and revolution. And what I'm curious about is, are there best practices for internal party politics for the rules, informal or formal, that manage factions within parties? Are there ways that parties can do that more or less productively?
Should I start?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Well,
sorry, I've thrown a lot at you guys.
No. Those are all thoughtful questions. I was still pondering the first two on asymmetry and subnational governments before you got to them. I would just say quickly on actually your second question, and I think Seth can probably say more and more intelligently some thoughts on that. But on the second one, I still sense that state parties are still pretty different, right? There's a lot to the national label. There's a lot to the identity correspondence that Lily Mason talked about. Nonetheless, the Democrats in New York are different than the Democrats in Utah, and they're different than the Democrats in Texas, and vice versa. You know, there was an old adage which still rings true somewhat to me, that America doesn't have just two parties; it has 102 parties, meaning the national Democrats and Republicans plus the Republicans and Democrats in all 50 states. There's something to that, and I don't think we should lose that thread. In terms of then now getting down to your question on party rules, I think, you know, the energy of reformers should go into thinking more about how do we actually build factions, and that takes creative entrepreneurship and it takes some serious risk. In terms of specific party rules, I think issues about like our presidential primary system and the length of the primary campaigns, that's something that could be addressed. I mean, we're really almost 2 years. And as Professor Mason mentioned, our primary system just raises both the duration and the stakes, to Seth's point about the meaningfulness of these elections, in enormous ways. Reforming some of that primary system may be the kind of rules where parties could then allow for more organized factions to congeal and sort of get themselves labels, get themselves donors, all the kind of things that they need to do to be kind of parties within parties.
Okay, great. Thank you. Jen, I think my question for you is really to sort of expand on your knowledge of comparative politics and the kind of relationship between these electoral reforms and democratic backsliding. It as to maybe comment specifically about whether we know things about engaging in some kind of electoral reform at this precise stage of democratic backsliding we're in. And this is partly, I'm trying to like back you into the corner of sharing your informed assessment of what stage of democratic backsliding we are actually in. I think I really want to know what you think about that. Not to put you on the spot, because you are on the panel.
I am on the panel and therefore on the spot. Appreciate that. I think we are, it's hard to like put a number on it, right? If like 10 is fully backslid, right, and 1 is the democracy on the hill, I don't think we can do that in that way. For a couple of reasons. Partially, when we look at how authoritarianism operates in most of the world, most of the time today, institutionally, it looks somewhat similar to democracy, right? Most authoritarians still have elections. There are still opposition parties. And so, on sort of a sliding scale, it's a little bit hard to say, 10 is the line at which we are authoritarian in that way. I think we are further down that path than I would have expected us to be 5 years ago. Because I think that we can look at some of the things that sort of are guardrails that keep democracy, right? It's not all about the laws and the institutional rules, although those are very important. It is about independent institutions of government remaining unpoliticized, right? So that, folks who we need to sort of call balls and strikes fairly are calling balls and strikes fairly, whether that's, law enforcement, administration, other areas. But we also really need civil society, right, to be able to operate independently, to serve as the kind of checks. And I think what we have seen over the course of the last number of months is that chipping away at those things is happening, right? So we've seen attacks on universities, on law firms, on civil society. So in that sense, I think we are entering a period of time where we still have a lot of the assets that democracy requires, right? We still have robust civil society, right? We still have independent institutions, but they are under strain and being put under strain in ways that I think for this question of reform right now is really, really important. Because sort of turning that around, and I usually am the Debbie Downer in the room, but I want to cut against that.
I think.
I want to cut against that and point out that most countries even that experience democratic backsliding do turn it around in many cases globally. So being on a backsliding path is not doomed. And in fact, in many countries that do kind of make that turnaround and re-democratize in a sense, they end up with a higher quality of democracy than they had before the backsliding started. So there's a bunch of data from VDEM on this. I think where we are right now in terms of how the reform conversation tees up with that is that we have a lot of Americans who are starting to become very disillusioned with our politics, with sort of how well they think democracy functions, how well they expect it to function going into the future. And that really lines up with a lot of dislike of our political parties as well. That's like the ironic place where we're in, where we have this, very divided partisanship, but people don't actually like their parties very much most of the time. So if you ask people, does your political party that you said you identify with have a lot of good ideas? Across the board, only about 20% of partisans say yes, right? So they don't even like their own. And turning the wheel and turning the direction on the backsliding that we've been experiencing, I think requires not losing the faith in the system of that group of Americans, right? Because once they tune out, once they say, well, it doesn't matter, then I think some really important ballast in the ship gets lost. And so re-engaging that group of people, I think, is really important.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you. Okay, and this also kind of foreshadows the question I have for Seth, since you are, I think, probably one of the kind of preeminent defenders of parties out there in the world. What is your sense, based on your research, about why political parties have such a bad rap, particularly right now, but maybe historically too? You're on the clock.
Wow.
Why they have a bad rep? I want to address one of your earlier questions for the whole panel. Where you're talking about, I think, local and state innovation in parties and whether that matters. And I tend to be very supportive of that. And I think a lot of ideas that have been adopted at the national level often start at the state or local level. And sometimes it's just like some local innovation. Ranked choice voting has been going on at the state level. Some campaign finance reforms have started there and then been adopted nationally. Multi-member districts, there's some local parties in parts of the country that could potentially have a bigger role. Why do parties have a bad rap? In part because, and I'll fall back on a kind of Schneiderian view of this. Parties by themselves are conspiracies, right? They're conspiracies operating in plain sight, but they inherently know more about what's going on than the rest of us do. We're welcome to join them, but they're making decisions on behalf of the rest of us. And so when people sort of get involved in politics, when they go to vote in a primary and they go to vote in a general election, they're like, how are these my only choices? There must be someone more competent than this that could be on my ballot. And all the really important work was done before they got there, right? It was all, people have a sense that there are decisions being made that they're not in the room for. And that's essentially what parties are.
True, right?
Yeah, and it is true. Yeah. And that doesn't make it necessarily a bad thing. I think it's actually a very valuable thing, but it makes people distrustful, particularly when we have like this strong kind of longstanding populist strain in U.S. politics that inherently distrusts any sort of elite decision making. So parties easily play into that role, and they're often demonized by politicians for that same thing. So every attempt to add some reform is always cast in that framework. Parties are bad because they're secretive. They're some sort of elites. They're somehow illegitimate, and we need to make them more and more open, usually making them less functional.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Do any of the panelists want to either comment on some of the questions I posed earlier or have questions for each other? We have about 10 minutes before I open it up.
I might add a small coda to Seth's comments as, again, the token comparativists in the room. So Americans really dislike our political parties. They're very unpopular. We're actually not hugely an outlier international. So folks in other democracies also aren't extremely in love with the notion of political parties. So to the extent that I'm cutting against my Debbie Downer self, that would be another reason to have some hope that, there's a path back to functionality here. Like it doesn't need to be, a popularity contest for the notion of parties for them to still sort of claw back to a functional place in the system.
I would pose one question, a little bit for Jen, on the greatness of these multi-party systems, or the supposed greatness. It was, as Seth mentioned, in American political science for years, the system that everyone admired was the British system, which was a very hierarchical two-party system where the parties had strong discipline powers, right? And that was seen as that's the gold standard, and that's what we want. More recently, there's been an infatuation with the multi-party systems, but it strikes me that comes curiously at a moment when, if you look at multi-party systems in Europe, they're not performing very well. Anyone who's followed French politics, Spanish politics in recent years, not even to speak of Belgium, which couldn't even form a government for I can't remember how many months. These multi-party, right? I'm sorry?
Didn't the Netherlands not have a government for like a year?
We could keep adding down the list. I mean, the German system, which is a very curious hybrid, seems to do okay. But all of these other multi-party systems are struggling enormously with the same kinds of polarization that we're suffering from here. Is that really the model that we want to embrace?
Very understandable. And yes, it is Belgium who holds the record.
Oh,
for the longest time not being able to form a government. And I do not mean to say that this is like a mechanical magic change, right? Politics still happens. It is still hard. And democracies all around the world are under strain from the same sort of structural underlying dynamics. Where I think the difference is in these multi-party systems is that, and in the United States, where I think the difference is I think the sort of friction against worst case scenarios that I mentioned before, I think that friction is more available in multi-party systems. So they are not efficient, right? They are not hierarchical and organized in the way that sort of the vision of British politics in the 1950s was. But also, democracy is messy. We have a gigantic country that is extremely diverse, has a huge diversity of viewpoints and preferences, regionally, demographically, what have you. And in the place where we are right now, getting our two-party system back to effectively represent that in ways that people feel authentically engaged, that cuts against that sort of disillusionment. I don't necessarily see the path there in the same way that, yes, Belgian politics is extremely messy, and Belgian parties have effectively held that cordon sanitaire against an extremist party over the last few years. So I agree, it is not perfect and it is messy, but I would prefer compromise-oriented messiness that's sort of out in the open and people see the coalitions forming in ways that are at least minimally legible, over sort of the vulnerability and risk of, being, if an authoritarian faction can take over one party, they can take over politics, right, in a sense. So I agree and I disagree. And that...
Well, can I just add something here, onto what Dan was saying? I mean, what you were presenting before talks about, in some ways, the virtues of factionalism within the U.S. party system, that can in some ways act like a messier multi-party system, in which compromise faction is part of that messiness, but functionality. And of course, we had a much more, robust version of that when there was basically a major white supremacist faction in the Democratic Party. There should be a way to do this without that, right? There should be sort of embrace the ideological and racial diversity in this country without that having to be one of the factions. I don't know how to get there, but yeah.
No, nor do I. And it's just, that's the other curious thing of this is just, we sort of take, or many people sort of take the default setting of American politics as not polarized parties, because they look back, say, like to the 1970s, and they say, well, there's all this, kind of consensus, because you have liberal Republicans and conservative Democrats. Of course, the Democrats are still have the party of segregation, right? So you have all these overlapping factions, which yields, congressional behavior that looks not polarized. But it could easily be submitted that, in fact, polarized parties are really the default setting of our system, and much more than that. And that's a kind of historical anomaly. The kind of post-war American politics is anomalous in many ways, but the current baby boom generation, that's what they grew up with. So that's what they take as the normal standard. That's what American politics should look like.
I think the sort of time period that you put on that is really interesting because, fusion's in the title. And one thing that I'm curious as to your thoughts on is, up until the early part of the 1900s, right? Up until 1910, 1920, fusion is available in most of the country. And, when I look at the history of that period, I see fusion parties in some key instances as sort of providing the avenue for folks who are boxed out of that polarized two-party system, of providing a way for them to sort of be engaged when a polarized two-party system with localized partisan dominance, right, as we see regionally during that period, kind of creates a path to functionality for the system in that way. But I'm curious whether you have a different read on that system and that sort of era.
Well, I think Seth would know much more about these, especially at the state and local level in the early 20th century than I would.
I'm not sure I'm getting the question. I want to make sure I understand.
Basically, in a polarized two-party system, there's always going to be people who are boxed out by that, right? You don't fit. And up until, say, 1920-ish, in most states, fusion was an option for folks who felt boxed out by those two parties because polarization made joining one unthinkable and the other wasn't listening to them. So I'm just curious whether you see that dynamic having been historically kind of like a safety valve for some of these challenges.
Possibly. And one of the interesting areas at that point is that I'm just thinking of California elections in that period, to some extent nationally. late 1800s, early 1900s, there were a ton of small parties, like lots of people who were like grumpy about the current system. Like forming another small party was seen as an avenue to do that. And they didn't usually last all that long. They sometimes formed coalitions with the major parties. But they were like something that the major parties had to deal with. Republicans had to deal with progressivism in some ways. And at some point that maybe it's just because change in electoral systems that made just the current two-party system much more rigid. Maybe just the smaller parties fell out of favor because they were never really, after the progressive movement, they never really did all that much successfully. But that I think that was at least some kind of an outlet. It also was there was also kind of a violent time in U.S. politics too. I mean, there was anarchism coming in and other things. So I don't know how great an outlet it was. I'd actually be curious to hear if Julie had thoughts on this.
I do have thoughts on this, and I'm going to take moderate prerogative to say them and then open it up for audience Q&A. And I'm embarrassingly forgetting the name of the book that I want to reference. It's by Elizabeth Clemens, and it's about this era and kind of about reform, but also about the way that electoral reforms and the development of parties was related to that's being telling. That's the phone telling me to shut up and turn it over to the audience. I'll be brief. But it's about all the people who were excluded at this time. And so I think I have sort of two reactions to this, and one I'm confident in, and one is the book that I'm pretty sure I'll never write, but I'll like think about writing for my whole life. And one is that I think that the story of political exclusion in the period you're talking about, or really up until the 1960s, is not a story of two-party duopoly. It's a story of all the different groups that aren't included, that are formally not included. And I think that the development of these other parties and the movements that they were related to is connected to the way women had to organize politically out of the system. That's the topic of this Elizabeth Clemens book that I didn't anticipate talking about and can't remember the name of. And thank you, The People's Lobby. I knew someone would remember. Yeah, so that's the book that has sort of the answers to these questions. But I think the thing that I don't know and that I'm sort of curious to try to explore more on is that actually the story of the rhetoric of anti-partyism. And like, where did this term about two-party duopoly? We often hear people talk about being politically homeless. I feel like that's a phrase I hear a lot. I want to know where that came from. When did people first start talking about it? And pretty far back. I think I've seen references to it going as far back as the 50s. But like
George Washington, the first politically homeless?
Maybe, yeah. But like the idea that a party should be your home, like I really want someone who's better versed in kind of communication scholarship than me to think about that. But I think that that's sort of the answer to your question, is that I'm not sure that duopoly was or exclusion from the two parties per se, because the two parties didn't offer what they wanted. It was the narrative of exclusion at that time frame. I think it was much more about the formal exclusion that many Americans were experiencing. Okay, so with that, we're going to open it up for audience Q&A. And I guess, am I to manage audience Q&A? All right, I'm going to do a Q here. Yeah. I will do my best to do that. All right, here in the front, go for it.
If we were to have a national fusion voting system, how would that affect the Electoral College, and would that get big money out of politics?
Okay, so the question is, if we were to have a national fusion system, how would that affect the Electoral College, and would that get big money out of politics? We have a couple of questions, so maybe one person want to be the point person on this for the moment.
I could say a
Dan.
quick word on that one. Elections are mostly run by states, so it's not clear that you could have a national law that would dictate the ballot system of individual states. So this is, again, an artifact of American federalism.
Okay. Yeah, so not likely we'll get national fusion. Anyone else want to weigh in on that, Jen?
I would just offer on that New York and Connecticut currently use fusion, and the system does not sort of cause friction or run afoul of the Electoral College system. So in some ways, I think these are like slightly separate reform questions. Like they can operate together because, again, yes, state level. The one thing I would just add about Fusion is that because the currency of Fusion is votes, right? A smaller party's influence on an elected official is how many actual votes they brought to the table. I don't feel well enough versed in the conversation about reforming money in politics, but I would offer that I think that's a different, as the kids say, sort of a different vibe in a sense, where I think it brings a new factor to the table in terms of where influence comes from. The ability to actually mobilize voters and speak to them is an important piece of it.
Julia, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I say something just quick?
Please.
It's direct enough point. I actually directed a campaign to win public financing elections in New York State, and it was absolutely because the Working Families Party prioritized it over a decade, lined up the majority of the Assembly, the Senate, and the governor to say that they supported it and enabled a successful campaign. So in my example of United Wisconsin Party, if they were to say they stood for public financing elections, over time they're interviewing candidates, they're saying that those candidates say they support, then they give them the cross-nomination. That's how these parties can build power, and it could lead to any policy. So it's not just public finance, but there is actually an example where it did lead to reform of money politics.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, next question. I see someone in the back there. Stride for.
I'll stand up. Given the backslide to authoritarianism that we currently are under, is it better to have fusion voting, or is fusion voting a better alternative than a new political party, say like Indivisible?
Okay, so the question is fusion voting a better alternative to a new emerging political party such as Indivisible? Anyone want to speak to that?
I mean,
You should go for it.
I'm trying to think if there's which is the better approach, but potentially smaller parties like Indivisible or something that doesn't currently exist. I tend to think the way out of the current system, if plausible, would be for, there to be like a rump group of Republicans that forms kind of an anti-democratic decline coalition. And they wouldn't necessarily do it with the Democrats. Right. But they might do it with a smaller conservative, like small C conservative party. And that to the point where like it's unclear what the outcome of elections will be. But yeah, again, how to make that happen across 50 states, I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah. The national coordination problem, I think, is a big one.
It happens. But
yeah. Dan?
The answer to this question is, unfortunately, Indivisible, if they form a party, they can't make water run uphill any faster than the rest of us can. They will be stuck in the wasted vote and spoiler box. The leaders of Indivisible, who I know quite well, are well aware of this, which is why what they'll do in the short term is they'll run primary challengers in the Democratic primary, because that's what they want to do, just as MAGA runs and dominates primaries in the Republican Party. Until you get rid of the single-member district first past the post two-party system, minor parties are fool's errand, no matter how well-meaning and hardworking they are. So that's why Indivisible favors the revival of fusion voting, but they don't, that's not their main thing. Their main thing is playing defense against authoritarian capture.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. All right. I've got one question over here. Someone over here. I'm trying to do a queue here. So can we keep our questions brief because we are running short on time? I don't want to cut it to the coffee break. Brief. I will cut you off.
No, the only way to waste a vote is to not vote at all. I'm sorry, because otherwise, everybody who didn't vote for the winner wasted their votes. That's not the truth. One of the things that happened in Wisconsin.
Question. Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. One of the things that happened in Wisconsin is we had a presidential candidate on the ballot, and the Democratic Party, one of the two duopolies, sued, saying, well, yeah, Joe Stein could win Wisconsin, but they couldn't send electors to count the action. Crazy. I believe in diversity, and you guys are part of the political force. And I don't think fusion is promoting diversity. I think that's important. The best thing, like authoritarianism, is to get a party who believes that what's best for the party is best for the country, rather than what's best for the country is going to determine which party wins.
Okay, so still not a question. Yep.
Comment on that.
I was hoping that somebody could contrast and compare rank voting with fusion voting.
Okay, so comparing and contrasting ranked voting versus fusion voting. Comparativeness?
I think in some ways they are reforms solving for slightly different things. Fusion voting as a reform is very oriented towards creating space for new parties in our sort of single member district, first past the post system that is sort of necessarily, in the way it's developed, a sort of candidate oriented system. Fusion's focus is a little bit different from ranked choice voting in that it depends on parties much more than ranked choice voting necessarily does to sort of do the organizing of people's interests and bring forward priorities and sort of carry that over into policy influence, for example, in the way that Dave was discussing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, over here. Yep.
Thanks to all the panelists. My question is mostly to Dan. So, if I understood you correctly, you were opposing internal party discipline to a multi-party system and treating those as sort of like a trade-off. But aren't these sort of orthogonal issues? Can't you have a very well-disciplined party system with a fairly large number of parties? Or essentially, why can't we have both under some sort of reform?
Okay, so question about the kind of relationship between party discipline and number of parties for Dan.
Sure. I mean, you can certainly have a multi-party system with strong discipline inside each individual party. I think a couple just clarifying points about that. So maybe we're in agreement on that. I mean, I think it's important just to think back on the multi-party system point. Is voters, what people often like about multi-party system is vote because there are more choices and the parties can have more discipline and have more message discipline. They have a clear policy platform. It's not this big tent, airy parties like we have. So voters say, I actually am really attached. I'm at home with my party, as Julia put it. So I feel attached to my party and I'm so glad I can vote for them. And I really like the candidate and I can vote for them at the first round. The trickier part comes after the election, because that's when a multi-party system has to form a government, which means because rarely does one party receive a sufficient number of seats to just decide who's going to be prime minister and the number of cabinet and who's going to hold cabinet ministries. They then have to do all these closed door negotiations with the other parties, right? And then it's not clear at all what policy agenda the government is actually going to pursue once it forms the government. So there is a fair amount of give in the joints in multi-party systems that approximates the give in the joints in our system, which is all the way back at the beginning stages of the election process.
Back there?
Just a question for Jen. You mentioned that democracies around the world are under strain, many of them, and that many democracies that have been backsliding have been in that's from your work, have you found some of the macro perspective, some of the most important initial reforms that have helped to reverse that backsliding in these countries?
Yeah, so I think sort of in the most recent years, I think there are a couple of things that sort of precede reform, right? At some point you have to get the brakes on before you can then accelerate in a better direction. I think a couple of things that we see commonly across cases are protecting the independence of crucial institutions, like the independence of the judiciary, for example. And then secondly, countries that turn it around typically see very broad and inclusive sort of pro-democracy coalitions, right? So those who are advocating for and standing up for the health of democracy as a system are not limited to sort of just one corner. They're able to maintain that really inclusive form. And so rather than say it starts with reform and then you can get to that, I think you actually have to start there. And then it is important, I think, to open up these questions about reform of, okay, how do we not be in this position again?
Okay, great. Thank you. We got one. We have time for only one more question in the back. You've been waiting. Brief and a question.
Back to ranked choice. Why not both ranked choice and fusion voting? Second part, why am I at the fusion voting conference and not at a ranked choice conference?
Okay, so why not both ranked choice and fusion, and why at fusion and not a ranked choice voting conference? I'm pretty sure that some of us have been to one of those. Yeah. I apologize, you were invited. Anybody else?
You can have both.
We had fun with that.
You get the ballot design gets funky.
Yeah.
So I think why not both? I think is not a question of principle necessarily. It's execution. I think in a lot of ways, the ballot design on how you would have ranking and then multiple ballot lines for candidates. I mean, I am not a ballot design expert, but people who are smarter than me tell me that gets quite complicated. So I think it's a technical answer principally.
Okay, great. Anyone want the last word? Otherwise, it's time for a coffee break. Okay, thank you so much. I know we had so many good questions.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Julia.
All right, the crowd has quieted and found its way back in, so welcome to the second panel. My name is Barry Burden. I'm a professor of political science here at UW, also director of the Elections Research Center, which is one of the co-sponsors of the event. We're so glad to have you all here. And the questions I think that arose at the end of the first panel are a segue to this one. There was a lot of interest in fusion in particular, and we're going to round that corner here to transition from political science to the study of political parties and authoritarianism to thinking about fusion in particular and election law and its connection to all of those topics. So this panel is titled Fusion Voting in Context: From Wisconsin's Roots to Today's Courtrooms. We have 4 terrific panelists that I think are going to give you everything you want to know. So I'm going to introduce each of them, and then they'll each take 5 minutes of comments. We'll have some conversation and then Q&A with the audience. So first up will be Allie Morris. Allie is a PhD student in history here at UW-Madison, actually a joint PhD student in educational policy studies and history. She's interested in gender, women, and sexuality in the late 20th century United States, and her research is focusing on the political history of girlhood in the 1960s up through the 1990s, examining girls' culture and activism in the American high school. She's going to tell us today, though, about fusion and its history in Wisconsin. Next up will be Andy Craig. Andy's a fellow in elections policy at the Rainey Center. Andy's a fellow in the Institute for Humane Studies and at the Rainey Center, as I mentioned, and an adjunct scholar at the Cato Institute. His work is focused on election law, election reform, political incentives, reducing polarization, and improving representative government. His work has been cited by members of both major parties in the House and Senate's Rules Committee and in state legislatures across the country. He also has written for outlets including The Washington Post, The Nation, Politico, and regularly for The Daily Beast and The Unpopulist. He also has some experience in elective politics and was a campaign staffer and consultant, including for Gary Johnson's minor party 2016 presidential campaign. Next up, Derek Muller, professor of law at Notre Dame Law School. Derek is a nationally recognized scholar in the field of election law. His research focuses on the role of states in the administration of federal elections, constitutional aspects of voting rights in election administration, limits of judicial power, and the Electoral College, which came up in questions just a bit ago. He has written more than 24 academic works, many op-eds in places including the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and elsewhere. He has testified before Congress, is a contributor, and I think sometimes host of the Election Law blog, a really valuable resource. And he's co-author of a federal courts casebook published by Carolina Academic Press. Finally, Beau Trematiere is counsel and head of the National Elections and National Security Team at Protect Democracy. Beau develops and leads advocacy projects targeting political extremism. Before he joined Protect Democracy, Beau served as a policy aide in the U.S. Senate, a litigation associate in a national law firm. He was also a law clerk in federal court and appeals court and district court. He received his undergraduate degree from Harvard, law degree from Northwestern, where he was editor-in-chief of the Law Review. So an amazing lineup of voices and areas of expertise. So we're going to start with Allie.
Okay. Hello. I think it's still morning, so good morning. And thank you so much for that introduction. I'm excited to kick off this panel with a discussion on the history of fusion in Wisconsin. More specifically, I hope to define fusion in its historical context and show how fusion was a first principle of Wisconsin politics, and also explain how the fusion ban in Wisconsin was an intentional move to solidify one's party's power. So I first want to define fusion in Wisconsin history. So from Wisconsin statehood into the 1850s, we found that fusion was used as an umbrella term that encompassed many different forms of cross-party alliances. These included full-scale mergers between political parties, whether one party absorbed another or the two parties merged to form a new entity. It was also informal cooperations in support of single candidacies, as well as the form to which fusion refers to today, in which multiple political parties agreed to nominate the same candidate for the same office, and the candidate's name appeared on the ballots or in the party columns of all coalition partners. So fusion nominations provided the possibility of coalition without merger. So by understanding how 19th century Wisconsinites defined fusion and practiced fusion, which they defined as coalitions between political parties that took many different forms, we actually trace this coalitional principle all the way back to Wisconsin statehood. So in 1848, Wisconsin's Constitution was born out of a fair and representative cross-party coalition of Democrats and Whigs, but only after voters rejected an initial version produced by a convention dominated by Democratic delegates. So for the next 50 years, political parties in Wisconsin experimented with a variety of forms of cross-party coalitions. Some of these parties, the Abolition Party, the Free Soil Party, the Reform Party, the Silver Party, the Greenback Party, Temperance Party, and the Populist Party, among others, had significant electoral impact despite being short-lived. Anti-slavery third parties and major party factions in Michigan and Wisconsin gave the first Republican Party its start in a fusion movement that they were the first and only to embrace, at least initially. So the Republican Party, originated in 1854, was a product of such unions, or fusions, as they were called. Though it may be contested by historians on where the Republican Party actually originated, many historians do cite Ripon, Wisconsin as the birthplace of the Republican Party. In fact, there's even a one-room schoolhouse in Ripon that has a sign that reads, "The birthplace of the Republican Party." So leaders of Wisconsin's anti-slavery third political parties played a key role in the founding of the Republican Party. And although fusion nominations were rare during the pre-Civil War period, because the established parties typically enjoyed the luxury of refusing them, the practice was present and successful in Wisconsin. Fusion nominations spread in Wisconsin and the U.S. generally, beginning in the 1870s and ending in Wisconsin but not nationwide in the late 1890s. So, for example, in 1851, Wisconsin's second ever governor, Leonard J. Farwell, was elected through a fusion nomination between the Whig and Free Soil Party. In 1873, William R. Taylor won the governorship running on a fusion nomination by the Democratic Party and the Reform Party. The Republicans regained the governorship back in 1875, but the next 2 decades were characterized by tremendous growth in fusion nominations. The Democratic Party fused at various times with a wide range of parties, including sometimes the Republican Party, and a joint effort of the two dominant parties to contain the growth of similar parties. So in an era generally characterized by Republican control by most historians, Wisconsin politics actually remained a hotbed of robust competition, fueled by a continuation of multi-party coalition activity that frequently took the form of fusion nominations. That is, until the Wisconsin Republicans, a party that benefited from cross-party coalition, banned fusion to achieve partisan protectionism. So in 1897, the Wisconsin legislature, where only 14 of the 133 total seats were held by non-Republicans, passed a law banning fusion nominations. The ban passed without opposition or even a floor debate. Many newspapers at the time expressed surprise that such a consequential provision would pass without fanfare. And while some may point back to the ballot reform beginning in 1887 in Wisconsin as the precedent for banning fusion, nothing about the Australian ballot foreclosed fusion voting. And indeed, fusion nominations continued to be widely used into the 1890s. So the 1897 ban has, of course, persisted since. and continues to be one of the central topic of today's panel. Thank you so much.
Up next is Andy Craig.
Hello, and thank you everyone for being here. So Ali touched a little bit on the Wisconsin history. I want to put it in zoom out a little bit, the national context and history. So you know, if you're active in this space, you've probably heard of, proportional representation, ranked choice voting, all those sorts of things. Those were deliberately designed reforms. At some point, somebody sat down and came up with the idea, hey, wouldn't this be a better way to do it? That's not how fusion originated. To understand why we had this long history of fusion in the United States, you have to go back to kind of how elections were conducted in the early republic and through most of the 19th century. There was no government printed ballot, something we take for granted, that you go into the polling place and there's a uniform standard ballot and you pick your candidates. That wasn't how it worked. Early on, there were still some cases of voice voting. That was impractical. Around the era of the founding, the big reform was we're going to have paper ballots. But it was a do-it-yourself system. You could, in principle, vote with any slip of paper you wanted. Write your names on who you want to vote for. But in practice, this developed into the party ticket ballot. So that's what we still speak of today when we talk about a running mate being put on the ticket or straight ticket voters. So it was literally often in party newspapers, because the newspapers were highly partisan, they would print out this column, this coupon, your party ticket that listed all the party's nominees. And you would take that and you would use that as your ballot to vote. So in this context, it wasn't that anybody sat down and decided, we're going to allow fusion. There was no way to ban it. You couldn't if your third party group, or you're the anti-Masonic party or the Free Soil party or whatever the case may be, decided we're gonna back that guy, but not that guy. They can print up their own ballots and cast them, and it's all perfectly valid. So as Ali alluded to, towards the end of the 19th century, we got was known as the Australian ballot. This is where it was tied to having a secret ballot. Was a big reform. Obviously, for election security reasons, it wasn't ideal to have these party ticket ballots. It made a lot of shenanigans easier to pull off. But in principle, this is simply an administrative thing. So that is why still today, even though the Supreme Court got a case wrong that we'll talk about with fusion, but in principle today, the state of the law is that putting a candidate on the ballot is a First Amendment right. It's free speech. And if you go back to the party ticket era, it was literally freedom of the press. It was you print out your ticket and send them to your voters, and that's all well and good. But the only valid reason to allow all these, we have petition hurdles and all this process now to get on the ballot, all these regulations is supposed to only be to avoid voter confusion. You don't want somebody spamming the ballot with dozens of candidates or ridiculous things like that. That would be impractical. So that's the only legitimate constitutional law reason. So it was through this, as was mentioned, we got all the parties that came together that coalesced into forming the Republican Party. And I will touch on one historic incident that I think is really important. Some of you might have seen on PBS, it was a year or two ago, An American Coup, which is about the 1890s in North Carolina. And what happened in North Carolina was there was the mostly black Republicans, there was the dominant Democrats, and there was they became known as the Populist Party. It was poor white agrarians, farmers, basically. And they had an election, and one year, it was the first past the post system. The Democrats won, but it was with less than 50%. So the Republicans and the Populists got together, hammered out an agreement. And it was actually from this context that the term fusion, for this particular kind of fusion of two parties cross-nominating candidate, came in. So the Republicans and Populists won. They won a majority in the legislature. They won the governorship. The Democrats were not happy about this. They ran some in my paper on the history of fusion at the Rainey Center. I quote some of this. It was very vitriolic about what this meant, because it enabled Black political power in the South. And it was, in fact, this was the only time between the end of Reconstruction and the Civil Rights era where white supremacist Democrats lost control of the state government in the South. But then next election rolls around, the fusion coalition broke apart over it was monetary policy, actually, gold bugs and silver bugs. And when they came in, that was when North Carolina banned fusion. And they were very explicit. They were going to do two things when they came in, and this is in their campaign materials, the official state Democratic handbook from that year's campaign. We're going to do two things. We're going to do mass disenfranchisement, so literacy tests, poll taxes, all that stuff we're familiar with from that history, and they're going to ban fusion. And so that's what they did. And like in Wisconsin, where it was a partisan thing, it wasn't always necessarily that racial context, but the history of how fusion was banned state by state is almost always an ugly story of a political party abusing its control over the government printed ballot to enact what is fundamentally a policy of censorship. You know, if I'm the Libertarian Party or the Green Party or the Working Families Party, we should be able to nominate any eligible candidate we want who wants to accept our nomination. And that's the principle at stake. So even though people who aren't from New York and aren't used to seeing it on their ballot, this can seem kind of an odd idea. When you really walk through that history, it's banning fusion that is the aberration. So I'm very happy to have this event, and I'm looking forward to watching the litigation move forward here in Wisconsin, as it is in several other states.
Up next is Derek Muller.
Thank you. It's always great to come to Madison, and I appreciate you letting a law professor among a bunch of political scientists here today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here with so many thoughtful, pragmatic voices to weigh both the ideal and the realistic things to think about election law, election administration, and election reform. I count myself among those who are supporters of fusion, although maybe more of a skeptical supporter. Maybe I won't use the term fusion curious, but I'll share a few of my thoughts and then look forward to the dialogue. Fusion voting is, again, as we've heard, hardly a new idea, but the reform here is new for this political moment. In the late 19th century, it was common to see these smaller parties fuse with the larger ones and to nominate the same candidates for office. It allowed them to survive, to signal priorities, perhaps to extract concessions. But by the early 20th century, many of these states began to ban the practice. Legislatures may have worried about blurring party lines, about confusing voters, about making accountability harder to assign, or they might have had more nefarious motives, as we've heard about already. Of course, at the same time in this era of American politics, the Australian ballot, that is the state-printed secret ballot, was new and was now developing with a number of new regulations with respect to it. States increasingly required specific kinds of markings on the ballot in order for a voter to be able to indicate that they supported a candidate. Certain kinds of checks or X's would be acceptable and other kinds would not. They stopped listing the electors for the ballot in presidential elections. That is, you could check one box with the president and vice president's name behind it, and it was a proxy for voting for a slate of unnamed electors behind the ticket. In short, this was a form of the ticket was changing with different methods of election administration, and we began to change these methods over the years with the arrival of the Australian ballot. Now, fusion voting is to some degree, at least as we see today, somewhat back in vogue. Reformers would describe it as a modest cure for political polarization, a way to loosen the grip of two major parties without blowing up the political system. The hope is that cross-endorsements might reward candidates with broader appeal and encourage coalitions that could reach toward the center. It's an attractive proposal, but one that, again, I have some skepticism about, although also some support. The instinct, I think, is right to suggest that building broader coalitions is good, but what fusion might do, I think, is more uncertain. In theory, a centrist party could endorse a more pragmatic Democrat or a more reform-oriented Republican and give voters a signal that this candidate rises above maybe the partisan orthodoxy, and this party can reliably be counted upon to signal to voters the more moderate choices among Republicans and Democrats, and that will incentivize moderation. But in practice, fusion is value neutral.
There's nothing in the structure that favors a centrist party over an outlier party. Minor parties could arise that support a MAGA candidate or for hard-right Republicans or socialist labor candidates for uncompromising progressives. Fusion doesn't necessarily create moderation. It might. It just multiplies the different models. So it's unclear what effect fusion might have in the states. On that, I'm supportive of experimentation. It seems to me we should see more real-world experiments. I'm just simply noting that the effects on voters are much less certain. What's the appetite of voters for such a system? Their stated preference might be very different than their revealed preferences. Additionally, the leadership and organization of these parties will matter greatly about what they look like in 4, 8, 12 years, and if their leadership changes their preferences over time. Obviously, the greatest legal hurdle is Timmons, a Supreme Court case in 1997. And very briefly, Timmons essentially said that the state of Minnesota could require candidates to choose essentially among which parties have endorsed them. That is, you can't be the nominee of multiple parties even if the parties support you. The party can support you publicly. They can advocate on your behalf. They can print advertisements in your behalf. They simply can't have that label on the ballot. Overturning Timmons is an uphill battle for several reasons. First, the court's appetite for these cases is very low. It has not taken a significant case on what we would describe as Anderson-Burdick balancing cases since 2008. If anything, in my judgment, the court is more likely to throw out its power to review ballot access cases like fusion voting altogether, rather than to more vigorously enforce what states are doing. Likewise, as wrong-headed as some of the justifications in Timmons might be, particularly its concern about the proliferation of parties given adequate alternative measures to tamp down on them, it seems unlikely that the court is still going to second-guess what legislatures have done. That is, it's one thing for the court to examine long-standing opportunities the legislature has taken away, but it's another thing when the legislature has not the opportunity has not existed in most states for 100 years for the court to essentially force it upon the states. For reformers, then, this is not a matter really for the federal courts. It's a matter for the state courts, as Bo will talk about, or the state legislatures, and those legislatures are controlled by the very parties fusion is designed to unsettle, or for the initiative process, which requires significant voter education and interest to achieve success. And this brings me to politics, and sort of my last point. The major parties, of course, are unlikely to sit idly by. Democrats and Republicans have strong incentives to protect their brands. They are unlikely to welcome outside groups placing their nominees on extra ballot lines, even if for ostensibly friendly reasons. If fusion returns, we might expect some countermoves, perhaps tighter nomination rules for parties, perhaps parties requiring certain kinds of loyalty pledges to get the party line of Republican or Democrat, new restrictions on new parties in the states. And that could have unanticipated consequences for existing parties like the Green or Libertarian parties in the states. So we shouldn't dismiss fusion entirely. It reflects a healthy instinct to give voters more choices and more opportunities. It offers an outlet for disaffected citizens who want to register their dissent in different ways. And it reminds us that states are still the principal places to administer elections and to experiment with them. But the thing that I want to watch in the future is that institutional tinkering can only go so far. In the end, moderation of political parties arises from the harder civic work of persuasion, restraint, and patience. If fusion parties arise to do that work, then perhaps my skepticism will be proven wrong and we can see a renaissance of political participation through the intermediary institutions of political parties. These parties, after all, have longer-term collective interests in mind as they behave. Whether they're centrist or more ideologically pure, the institution building of engaged political bodies would be beneficial to an increasingly fragmented political culture, refining and channeling views through intermediary bodies that may be more responsive to voters. Thank you.
Bo is next.
Morning, everybody. Thank you all for having me. I'm really grateful to get to be here. So I think in the introductory remarks, Barry, you said we're going to tell you everything you want to know. I want to set the bar a little lower. I want to try and tell you two things in 5 minutes. One, I want to pick up some of the threads on why my organization, Protect Democracy, views fusion as a priority reform. And then second, I'm going to pick up the thread on some of the state court litigation, why we're talking about courts and state courts in the context of something that is often described as an electoral reform. So on the first topic, just double tapping on a few of the things that were raised earlier, we really think about these problems through the lens of my organization's mission statement, which is to prevent U.S. government from declining into a more authoritarian form of government. And so we're really thinking through the lens of worst case scenarios, one of which we feel like we're living in real time. And so you have to look at the cost of the status quo. What is the system that we have right now producing? And how can we learn from our own history, political science, and theory to understand interventions that might move us in a better direction? Another thing that I want to emphasize is that there's certainly no single cause. Anyone who's telling you that is mistaken, right? And there's no single solution. Likewise, anyone who's come to say this one thing is going to fix us, wish it were that simple, but it's clearly not. And so then what can we do to make things better? How can we make informed and educated guesses about steps forward? And one of the things that seems quite clear from the scholarship, comparative and domestic, theoretical and empirical, is that, especially in this moment, adding in all of the other factors that are overlaid, a rigid two-party system is a dangerous accelerant towards democratic decline. And many of the reasons why were touched upon earlier, happy to answer them in questions, but skip over them for now. And so it brings us to then, okay, if that's true, if we accept that premise, why should we give fusion a close look? And so I think one of the things that's quite appealing about fusion, building upon the fact that it's bringing us back into our own history. We're not trying to create something in a lab and introduce it into the American system. It's really a reintroduction of something that had been inherent in our own history. Is that it really makes possible, what's latent in the electorate. It makes it possible for people who want to organize and who want to create and claim their own political power to do so in an effective way. Derek is exactly right. There's nothing prescribed about this system ensuring certain outcomes. But I don't think, but the science and casual observation makes clear that people are deeply dissatisfied with the system, and there's a lot of energy to do something better. And fusion makes that easier. I also think Dan's comments in the last panel about factionalism, I tend to agree with virtually everything he was saying, and I view fusion and factions to be much more similar than they are different. I think that there's a lot of overlap in how small parties can function as effective partners with big parties in a way that looks just like some institutional dressing on factions that operate within a big party. And I think it's a good thing. I think there can be real play in the joints there. One other point that I'd touch upon before transitioning to the state courts is I think we see, especially in the presidential level, but also at the state level too, we're at a constant risk of a pro-democracy majority fracturing at the ballot box. Setting aside kind of moral views on whether a vote cast for a party, a candidate who isn't competitive is wasted or not. Setting aside that's immaterial, but the reality is that we know we have a majority of the electorate who's committed to a democratic system, but we're constantly at risk of that not translating into victories for pro-democratic candidates. And I mean that in the small sense, not the big D democratic, to be clear. Fusion does not require collaboration. It doesn't force people into unhappy marriages, but it makes collaboration possible. And it makes it easier for people who have different views to work together in a constructive way to rally together and defeat candidates who have avowedly authoritarian impulses. Again, as Derek pointed out, there's nothing inevitable about that, but it makes that sort of facilitation and collaboration easier. And that's something we should welcome. Pivoting to state court litigation, disclaimer, I am counsel of record in a case in New Jersey that is pending on this issue and a case in Kansas. So speaking with that hat on, I have a lot of intimacy and certainly strong views on how those cases work. The reason why we're talking about state courts here, as Derek explained earlier, is that the question as to whether banning fusion is something that states can do is now settled as a federal constitutional matter. However, every state has their own constitution, and state constitutions vary widely. Many kind of track closely the protections provided by the federal constitution, but many, including Wisconsin's, have entirely different and in many cases very robust protections that just have no analog whatsoever in the federal context. And state constitutions are often ratified in environments that provide really critical meaning for understanding what those state constitutions provide. What did political participation mean at the time this constitution was ratified? And we need to live in that history and that context, understand what those protections mean today. And so the reason that fusion is legal in New York is because of a lawsuit brought over 100 years ago under the state constitution that said it's unlawful, it impermissibly limits our political rights under the state constitution to say we as a small party can't nominate the same person as this major party nominated. And the state court approved that argument and said absolutely, and has time and again throughout the 20th century reaffirmed the wisdom of that decision. California, actually at the same time as well, reached a similar decision that was then subsequently overturned by a voter initiative that amended the Constitution. So going back well over 100 years, we have cases in which courts have said, yes, our state constitutions affirm this right. Fast forward to modern day, there was a decision several years ago in Pennsylvania in which similar arguments were raised there. By one vote, the state Supreme Court turned down that argument. I think reading the decision, it's quite clear the dissent has the more persuasive of the arguments, but didn't carry the day. And we are now awaiting decisions in several other cases around the country, again, mentioned in New Jersey and in Kansas, places where we think that the history and the constitutional text make quite clear that the state bans that were passed under similar context to here in Wisconsin, where it was nakedly obvious that the state parties were trying to limit participation, limit expression and competition, that those bans we think are quite vulnerable. All right, done time.
We're done.
Well, I'll be done then. Happy to answer questions. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to start by me asking each of the panelists one unfair question for them to respond to, and then I promise we'll open it up to questions from the audience. So, Allie, you talked about the ban on fusion. There's a mic by my feet. The ban on fusion in Wisconsin in 1897. After that point, there were some flourishing third-party movements in the state. The progressives sort of had their heyday in the 10s and 20s under the La Follettes. Is that a sign that actually the end of fusion didn't squelch those kinds of movements, or is there something else happening there that's maybe separate from fusion? If you want to just take a couple, less than our initial 5 minutes, just a couple minutes from each panelist.
Yeah, we looked into that, and we found that it may be due to the fact that the ban was sort of under the rug, that it didn't spread as quickly as people thought, you couldn't have you couldn't have the names on the ballots. But Wisconsin history has shown that fusion their definition of fusion did not necessarily need to have names on the ballots. And so that's a great question. And we've explored that, but we found that to actually fuse, to have electoral nomination fusions, that didn't occur after the ban.
Right. There's a kind of informality in this period, as Andy was saying, that doesn't exist today with a structured state ballot and those kinds of things. Andy, question for you. One thing that's not really come up here is the role of primaries in all of this. And you have the strong feelings about the free speech aspect of all this. Can you say something about how the primary reforms maybe we've seen around the country? There are proposals for top 4 and top 5. California and Washington are using top 2s. There are a whole variety of things that might be done there. How does that feed into the discussion of fusion?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is speaking of fighting Bob La Follette and the progressives. This is going to be heresy here, but primaries are terrible. Political parties are private organizations and ideally should be treated as such. But that ship has sailed a long time ago. There's nothing about fusion that makes it impractical for to have primaries like we're used to. One thing that's worth noting is that, so this is not the case in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, every ballot qualified party nominates by primary, even though the minor parties are usually, uncontested, but they have to get somebody on the primary ballot, just a libertarian. Okay. In a lot of states, you have a major minor party distinction, and the thinking behind that is these smaller parties are allowed to nominate by convention. So you don't have to go through all the rigmarole of having a primary election that's, administered and there's, 500 votes cast or something. So that's something to keep in mind on kind of the implementation side of that makes it a little bit easier for these smaller parties to do it because they're subject to less of the ballot access hurdles to run in their primaries and all the rest of it. But you absolutely can have both fusion and primaries. I mean, the history in California that was mentioned earlier of Earl Warren, that was a time when California had primaries and he won both major party primaries.
Derek, unfair question for you is about if fusion were allowed again in this state, or the way we've seen it in other states where it happens, are the parties that crop up to do this cross nomination likely to be sort of between the two major parties, like moderate or complicated versions of those positions, or are they likely to be on the wings? Maybe you can't predict that, but do you think the major parties respond in different ways to those different kinds of challenges, given what we know about third parties of that type, but under fusion, whether that works differently or the same?
Even worse, you're asking the political science question or the lawyer, but...
Well, the lawyers ask legal questions of me, so...
Well, I mean, I think I do know that the political parties could have different responses, right? I think in New York there is this there is a relationship, right, between those fusion parties and the major parties, and thinking about, well, how do we sort of work together in a wide range of cases? So if we're coming up with presidential electors and a slate of presidential electors, perhaps the Republicans will say, well, the conservatives can take a couple of electors on our side. So might be some working relationship between those two parties in terms of the fact that the Republicans and Democrats have different ideological views. Those parties at sort of the more extreme right and left positions want to hold them accountable to those views, and there might be some sort of agreement or dialogue. I don't know how that works with new parties as opposed to ones that have been around for 100 years, right? Do you think that the new kids on the block are going to be more antagonistic, in which case you are going to be less likely to work with them? Or are you going to realize this is another opportunity to harness a group of voters who might be disaffected and might be more interested in what this additional party is saying, and then we're going to figure out how to work with them? So I don't know what that looks like if it's at the sort of edges. On the flip side, what does it look like for a moderate party? That becomes a very different dynamic, because now you have potentially, rather than working with kind of a wing of your party, like I'm working with the Tea Party as the Republicans, or I'm working with the Socialists as the Democrats, am I trying to figure out a group that might be working for literally the party on the other side of the aisle with certain candidates? I don't know what that dynamic would necessarily look like. My sense is it's going to be much harder for the parties to view this as sort of a working partner if they think that half of the candidates might be somebody who's going to be or nominated by the other side, the other party. I'm not sure what that dynamic might look like, except that maybe there will be an effort to try to capture the party and bring, say, well, we're the 75% reasonable party. Let's figure out what that looks like. And then there is the incentive to try to appear as centrist and attractive as possible and sort of embrace it. And those are the sort of working embracing models. But again, at the same time, as I indicated, you might see sort of purity pledges. You might see requirements that say, if you've been listed on the ballot with any other party in the last 4 years, you cannot appear on our party line in the future. In the same way that a lot of states have rules, the Republicans and Democrats will say, if you voted in another party's primary in the last 4 years, or if you've been registered with another political party in the last 4 years, you cannot be a candidate for our party on the ballot.
Right.
Could I just add one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to build on that, I think in some sense, it's not a hypothetical question in Wisconsin. Like, there's a new party that's been formed and people are trying to do this right now, right? That's not to say that there wouldn't be additional energy and effort as well. We also can look at, there's real interest, real organizing attention, resources. People are trying to do this, and it's state law that's preventing them from being able to actually go forward and be an equal part of the political process. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of the United Wisconsin Party, but I encourage folks. I believe that some of the folks from that effort are here, and so I'd encourage people to talk to them, to learn what it is they're trying to do. And I think that is, one that's not going to tell the full picture, but that's something that's not hypothetical. It's very real, and it's very much happening here and now.
Yes, this is a segue to my question for you. You mentioned 4 states. You mentioned Connecticut and New York, where fusion is practiced, the disaggregated form that I think we have in mind. You mentioned the lawsuits in New Jersey and Kansas. You didn't mention Wisconsin, where there's a lawsuit underway. And it strikes me that Wisconsin is different from those other 4, that we are a very competitive battleground state. And so I wonder if you've thought about how Fusion might work differently in that environment. Will small margins make a big difference? And where the world is watching our state in presidential years to see how the Electoral College is likely to come out, that's going to put a spotlight probably on Fusion in a way it's not in Connecticut and New York, where it's less consequential for outcomes.
They're going to play in crucial Waukesha County.
Yeah, the Waukesha County question.
No, it's a great question. And I think all of the efforts that have arisen and, the lawsuits that we're involved in Kansas and New Jersey, right, there's real local interest. People at the grassroots wanted to be able to influence races in their states, even if it wasn't at the presidential level, wasn't always necessarily at the statewide level, but they really care about all of the other competitive races that are up and down the ballot. And so I think from the perspective of people who have the lived experience, who are on the ground, who want their state politics to be different, to be better, to be more responsive, to be less extreme, whatever it is their priorities are, I think it's no different across jurisdictions. What it means to some of Derek's, observations, if Fusion's lawful in Wisconsin, how do the DNC and RNC react, right? How do the presidential campaigns react? I think those are really good and difficult questions, and, that hard to fully speculate that out. I think that, again, just my organization's nonpartisan, I'm not speaking on their behalf, but taking the United Wisconsin's platform at face value, the sort of things that they're articulating, winning that ballot line for a candidate in any statewide office, I think would presumably be something that could be highly sought after, and could, help elevate the sort of issues that organization and that faction of the electorate wants to see. And so I think that strikes me as something that's valuable and at least worth serious consideration.
All right, let me give the panelists a chance to ask each other questions, or if you have comments on one another's comments. We did that in the previous panel. I thought it was a really helpful conversation. So open it up to the four of you to raise anything about one another. Not anything about one another, but about your comments that were made here.
Well, I guess, Derek, I'm curious for your thoughts on why state courts should or shouldn't be persuaded by the way the federal courts have resolve these questions. If you think that's like a useful guide, or if they should be kind of charting their own path.
Yeah, I mean, I think state courts definitely should chart their own path. I think the United States Constitution says fairly little about a right to vote. I think this is famously discussed in the legal literature. There's very little about the right to vote. So the things that are discussed, as Andy pointed out, it's often couched as a First Amendment right or an expressive right, or sometimes it's an equal protection right. And so you're kind of cobbling together additional values. We're using this relationship with the voting. I know Dean Takaji somewhere here about voting as association is an article he's written, and how the courts have viewed this as an associational right because they already have a First Amendment right of association that they can then sort of glom onto the right to vote. That's very different than the state constitutions, which have, with varying degrees of specificity or detail, the right to vote, the opportunity to cast a ballot, or what the right to voters to be able to do looks like. And that is enacted in a moment against the backdrop of law and against the backdrop of understanding of what it means for voters to, for instance, exercise their choice of a preferred candidate. And so with that backdrop, and again, it's going to look a little bit different from state to state, depending on the time that you adopt it, and maybe your views of the common law or general law might differ and affect these things. But I think you have many more robust opportunities to think about how state constitutions do this with their express provisions about the right to vote and the centrality that states have in administering elections than you would with sort of that federal framework. And I think it's a reason, absolutely to reject sort of the federal framework in these cases.
Other comments or questions from panelists to one another?
I'd be able to add one coda to your question before, and something was illustrated by Dave Palmer's slide at the beginning. I think, looking at the realm, I think one of the ills that many of us, the trouble many of us here is, we're seeing this happen with all of the redistricting wars, the number of districts that are truly competitive. How many races are seen as safe for one party or another? And I think that there's, no consensus, many of us view that as really troubling, and that we'd be better off with more competitive races, and that could have some positive downstream effects for how governance works. I think that there's strong reason to believe that having more flexibility that a system like this would provide could expand the number of seats that are competitive. When you have the ability for even a few additional percentage points of the electorate to potentially be willing to move their vote one side to the other, or you reduce the likelihood of votes cast for a third candidate who isn't going to be competitive, you can probably meaningfully expand the number of seats in which it's not a foregone conclusion who is going to win, and that's valuable.
So I wanted to your point about whether or not there would be centrist fusion parties, moderate fusion parties. I mean, we do have some examples of that. Dan will get mad at me for calling this fusion because it's actually dual labeling. It's not aggregated. But Oregon does have an independent party that's a moderate, does some Republicans, some Democrats. There's some cases out of Long Island where moderate Democrats had a moderate ballot line, and that actually helped put them over the top. So there are some of that, but it is true. Most of what we see, like in New York, is like the Working Families Party is the big model we all kind of have in mind. But I think it's important, like, that can be a positive sum game, even if your concern is moderation and polarization, to have these left or right flank parties. They can then productively prioritize their issues. So the Working Families Party, just to use them as an example, they run on state level policy things. They run on things like the minimum wage or public financing, and they are able to do that, and they concentrate that activist energy there. And you also have a very moderate Democratic Party in New York, relatively. And so I think it's important to, it's exactly that. We're not trying to like bake in, bland centrism as the automatic outcome. And that's never the right way to think about it. But I think you can have that kind of, because you can have the left and right parties engage more productively, you can also end up with less polarized major parties.
I have a question of Allie and Andy. I think you described the history accurately. I think one of my lingering questions is thinking about the election administration piece of this, which is between 1830 and 1880, if you wanted your candidate to run, you basically had to run your own separate election as an organization, right? You were printing tickets, you were handing them out to voters. If you couldn't get them into the hands of voters, they weren't going to vote for your candidate. So it was an extraordinary effort for these third parties or fusion parties, however you want to label them, to get the tickets into the hands of voters. When you get to the arrival of the Australian ballot in 1888, states realized originally it's something, states like Massachusetts, if you got 10 voters to sign, your name would appear on the ballot. And very quickly they realized, well, maybe it's too easy to get on the ballot, because now at a very low cost, your name is now in everyone's hand in the entire state on a consistent statewide basis. So I know there are mechanisms and checks in place that we have to make sure that they're serious parties and or not serious parties, or how we sort of make that distinction. But I just wonder if you could think about that administration piece in the shift of how the parties would have to organize in the mid-19th century versus how they have to organize today.
Yeah, it's a great question, and one that we certainly asked when we were doing research. And the archives in Wisconsin, our dream archive was to find all of these old ballots that showed everything, but that didn't happen because of the, sort of administration work. However, we relied heavily on newspapers, and obviously there were partisan newspapers, but we relied heavily on their narrative. And, we looked for any kind of confusion. We looked for any kinds of signal that, this process of finding these candidates and supporting these candidates, we looked for anything that would say that these voters were confused or the administration was confusing to handle. And we didn't find anything in those newspapers that suggested that voters or the readers of these newspapers were confused about how admin was handling this. And with the Australian ballot, a lot of newspapers widely supported the Australian ballot. You had, especially in Wisconsin, you had bosses who were watching over you while you voted. Of course, people, favor the Knights of Labor, the Labor parties are going to want that. But as, we looked into it, and as the evidence suggests, is that, the Australian ballot, the administration, while it fixed that solution, it did not foreclose banning fusion. That wasn't an inevitable process.
So on the point of it being too easy. So you often will hear it said that Lincoln wasn't on the ballot in the South in 1860. Of course, that's anachronistic. There just weren't Republicans in the South to organize and do all that. They put up their elector slate and print their party tickets and everything. So this kind of goes to the what is the justification for ballot access barriers, and there's tons of litigation about this always going on every cycle with all the minor parties. So every state has usually it's either petition requirements or a filing fee, a deposit, and these are very effective methods to require just a kind of de minimis amount of skin in the game. And it doesn't take much. You don't have to make it very hard so that you don't get 20 or 30 parties. We have these, like here in Wisconsin, if you want to run for state rep, it's a couple hundred signatures. And you almost never see more than 3 or 4 candidates on the ballot. So it's justified to do that, but it's kind of a least restrictive means analysis. Like, yeah, we don't want to have 80 joke candidates spamming the ballot, but you don't have to make it very hard to get where you don't have that problem. And compared to other major democracies, American ballot access laws, worse in some states than others, but they're very, very burdensome. If you're talking about running a third party presidential candidate, you're needing 1 million signatures nationwide, to get on the ballot nationwide in all 50 states. So generally we have the opposite problem. Like states, for similar reasons to why they ban fusion, often really want to make it hard. They don't want spoilers, which is not a constitutionally legitimate reason, but that's the real political motive. But I think you really do solve this problem. Make somebody put $1,000 deposit down, make them get a few hundred signatures. That gets rid of the jokers.
If I can respond,
yeah, but
like the organizing part of what you said, Derek, I want to put on your fellow ELB host Tabitha Abu-Elhaj. She were here, she would say, we need our parties to be actually out there hustling. We need our parties to be real associations. And that sort of work, that the effort to go into communities and to go and connect with people and to be more than just like a PR firm, which is in a lot of ways what like the parties function as now, is fundraising and PR. That's like what parties like the Working Families Party and some of these other minor parties who use fusion have done. They've demonstrated like this is how they build a base of support. And so no, not going around and having to put ballots in everyone's hands, but like we'd actually be better off if we had incentives and systems, I think, that pushed parties to be doing more of that work, get closer to people, and to bring people into the system.
Okay, we're going to go to audience questions. We're going to do things slightly differently than in the first panel. You'll raise your hand. I'll call on you. A mic will come your way. Marisa will come your way with a mic in her hand. Tell us who you are. If you could just introduce yourself and then ask your question into the mic. So, Marisa, you're there. Why don't we start all the way in the back?
Thank you. Beverly Spear. I'm with the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. Pleasure to be here. I haven't heard any discussion about money in politics. I know someone brought up the initial question earlier, but there would have to be some complementary reform in terms of how money flows into these elections. And I just haven't heard enough of that discussion today. Thanks.
Who wants to address that?
It's a hard question.
Well, yeah, I think
that's why it was skirted in the first panel.
I think the First Amendment in jurisprudence is interpreted by the Supreme Court makes that much harder, right? Supreme Court has made it very clear, and there's, I think, a pretty clear majority of the Supreme Court, and it's going to last indefinitely and probably only going to broaden, which suggests that there is a right to essentially spend as much money as you would like as a candidate, to be able to spend as much you would like as you are raising money and spending it independent of candidates, and you are restricted in terms of the amount of money that can be contributed to candidates. So for political parties, if you're a new political party, you're limited in the amount of money that can come in, but there's unlimited expenditures that you could have. If you are a new political party, again, I don't know which way it cuts. If you want to try to constrict what the major political parties are doing, you're not going to be able to do that. If you want to loosen the contribution limits to be able to make it easier for a new political party to grow, you're going to do that in the same way that's going to allow the major political parties to likewise get that amount of money. So I think there's a lot of money. It's very difficult to include any kinds of additional restrictions on campaign finance in the indefinite future, would be my thought about it. How that necessarily interacts with thinking about fusion is maybe a more complicated matter for me.
Yeah, that came up this morning too. There's also the question at the presidential level. Imagine a world where fusion existed in all the states and there were small parties running and some of them met the 5% threshold. They might receive FEC public funding, which now the major parties are declining. So that law's sitting there to be potentially used.
I mean, it's $20 million, which is great for a party.
Yes.
But in places where the campaigns are billions of dollars now, it's
a few ads in California.
Like a lot 20 years ago.
That's right.
Just one quick note on campaign finance is the contribution limits and the individual donation limits for parties have really contributed to the kind of backfiring party weakening. That's why the money flows into super PACs and independent expenditures, because with this good reform motive, we came in and capped how much anybody can give to a party. So if you're a generous benefactor who wants to put in money to, start a new third party, moderate, left wing, right wing, whatever, those are constrained in ways that are kind of a product of the existing system. So, all of what we could do about campaign finance is a whole other discussion, to be sure. I don't think it directly affects how fusion works or anything. But it does fit into that broad political science, not quite consensus, but pretty close to consensus, that we need party strengthening reforms, and that a lot of what we've done, including my dig at fighting Bob over primaries, have been party weakening. So that's just one thing to keep in mind.
Other questions? How about here, Lisa? Yeah, wait for the mic to introduce and then question.
Hi, I'm Lisa Dish. So I just want to add a little bit to Allie's response to your unfair question. I'll make this very quick because it's an answer rather than a question. There are the bans on fusion were absolutely consequential for the kinds of third parties that Bo talked about, bringing out what is latent in the electorate. They closed off the possibility for parties to bubble up, organized by people who nobody knew. La Follette was a splinter party out of the Republican Party. He had a long and very visible career as a Republican before he ran as a progressive. And that is the only entryway right now almost the only, for a third political party to have big adherence. And so the fusion bans were absolutely consequential. And the thing that fusion served, that Bo said, is really important to bear in mind.
Okay, let's keep rolling through questions. You want to come to the far side here, Risa? Squeak through. Got to make it hard for her.
Hi, Rita Maniotis. I'm with the Wisconsin Green Party. Andy Craig touched on how the two parties have colluded. Well, you didn't say that, but anyway, colluded to limit ballot access in a lot of states by raising the signature requirements. It's wonderful. In Wisconsin, you can actually get people on the ballot. But how can small parties trust that fusion voting isn't just a way to circumvent and steal other ballot lines? Like, for instance, if we have to go through a primary process, major parties can put their candidate through the primary and primary out the smaller party's primary candidate to steal the ballot line. How can we trust that that's not going to happen?
Yeah, no, that goes to the point I mentioned about allowing minor parties to nominate by convention or their internal processes. That's going to depend in large part on what the state's laws are governing primaries. Can the party block a candidate, like Derek mentioned? It's a possibility in some states, not others. Where, if you're the Green Party and let's say Tammy Baldwin comes in and wants to run in the Green primary and y'all don't want her to, do you have the legal option to block her? That's what that's going to hinge on. But I think it also encourages. Yeah, I also came from a third party. I was in the Libertarian Party here in Wisconsin many moons ago. even that threat encourages, I think, these smaller parties to do something they're not always the greatest at, which is do their own internal organizing. Like if you have a candidate on your primary ballot that y'all don't want, you need to go out there and reach your voters and actually organize and, have your guy in the race instead who can beat him. And granted, I get your concern that a major party candidate has big high name ID and all the rest of it. But even in states like Wisconsin that have very rarely contested third-party primaries, I mean, a statewide race will have a couple thousand votes in a Libertarian or Green primary for, governor or senator or something like that. So, not to be too harsh on it, but if you can't, if you're a political party that can't rally 1,000 of your own voters in your own primary, you might need to go back to the drawing board.
Others want to comment on the kind of the wariness of minor parties thinking about fusion?
Everything Andy said makes sense. And that I think as a general rule, I think can be a misconception that in this system where fusion is permitted, it's required. And that's just certainly not true, right? The Green Party in New York chooses to almost exclusively run its own candidates. I believe the Libertarian Party in New York chooses to almost exclusively run its own candidates. That's their prerogative, right? I think that you ask people in Albany who has more power, is the Conservative Party and the Working Families Party or the Green Party and the Libertarians? It's a pretty clear answer. But that's what's key to the political freedoms we're talking about here. Folks should be able to engage in the political process in the way they want to. And it's about whether the state can censor them from doing something that they ought to be able to do.
Questions? Can we catch this question here?
Yes, pass it
My question is, my name is Harry Reese. Thank you all so much for your contribution so far. My question is sort of historical in nature, and I'm curious about whether there was any national connection between the phenomena of banning fusion voting in Wisconsin and then the sort of violent post-Reconstruction efforts to disenfranchise Black Republicans in the former Confederacy, how those dynamics were or weren't influencing each other. Was this mainly a local story?
Well, you can probably speak to Wisconsin better, but in general, this was a very state-by-state thing. There was never a big, in part because it's state-by-state whose ox is getting gored. Like there was never a big Republican national RNC-led campaign to ban fusion, or on the Democratic side. It was very much the state and local level political context. And that relates to another point about fusion that hasn't been brought up as much, but I think is really important, is that fusion parties tend to be more state and local parties. You've got the Progressive Party in Vermont, which again is dual labeling, not disaggregated, but still. They have a very state-level focus. The Working Families Party has very state-level focus, and so that can have benefits. But that's also what really brought out the attacks that got banned was state and local level political.
It wasn't the case that in some states it was Republicans who pushed for the ban, and in other states it was Democrats who pushed for the ban, depending on who felt most threatened.
Yeah, and I mean, I can speak with Wisconsin history that it was absolutely the Republican Party that felt threatened in the Wisconsin context. And I'm glad you brought up the case about the Democratic Party, because it was the party who felt the most threatened. And in Wisconsin, you had major wins in 1894 and 1896. So once the Republicans regained their power, they banned fusion. And, in the Wisconsin context, too, it was much stealthier than perhaps other states. It was kind of snuck in into a larger election reform bill. And so newspapers were kind of shocked that this happened without having any discussion. And so it was a stealthy way of Republicans to regain power. And then after the ban in 1897, I mean, Republicans controlled the next 40 years in Wisconsin legislature.
I would just add, you had, that's exactly right. And then you had late 1890s to about 1920, both Democrat and Republican states, something like 35-ish states in that span banned it. So there was not a conspiracy. It wasn't a national campaign, but it was all on like as the Australian ballot was being introduced everywhere and on the tail end of a lot of very successful fusion efforts in the 1890s, populist agrarians, all of these movements inspired the sort of backlash we saw in Wisconsin. So it was disconnected, but happening in parallel.
I come here.
Cindy Carter with our Wisconsin Revolution. How would fusion voting work with the fair map situation?
With the
Fair maps. How would fair maps be affected by fusion?
For the non-Wisconsin people, we have a long-running saga in our state around redistricting. There's a Fair Maps Coalition. There have been some lawsuits that have changed maps in the state legislature. There are currently some cases that might change the congressional districts. So your question is, does the changing of the districts interact with fusion in any way, or the perceived unfairness of districts affect fusion in any way?
I mean, my sense is I haven't seen a lot of that in New York. I could be wrong. But I mean, if it hasn't played out a lot and New York had very public redistricting battles this most recent cycle, so maybe it won't have much of an effect.
I would just, as an administrative matter, it doesn't directly, the district could be whatever the district is. Fusion doesn't affect that. But if you have a big campaign like that, and there's similar ones in Utah underway and whatever, you could have Fair Maps as your fusion ticket. You can have a single issue fusion party. So you could go out there and campaign in districts and maybe make some districts a little bit more competitive than they'd otherwise be. Because, we know where public opinion is on that. People hate gerrymandering. So that would be my suggestion if hopefully we win the lawsuit is go, there's your carrot and stick to encourage people. Fair Maps would be a great ballot line to label.
That's, one of the things these smaller parties can do is raise issues the bigger parties are not comfortable with. Question here.
Thanks. Yeah, I've got two very brief questions. The first is fusion what accounts or has accounted for the longevity of the Conservative Party within New York State? My second question is, would you say that fusion, or more accurately, the lack thereof, is what accounted for the very short-lived existence of the U.S. Labor Party? I ask that because I was at the founding convention of the Labor Party. One of the workshops there placed a lot of hope tying the existence of fusion to the future of that party. Thank you.
I don't know if I have answers that are specific to those two. I think as a generalizable observation, it's really hard under a rigid two-party system where fusion is banned for a minor party that is electorally relevant to persist over time. I just think that all of the incentives swim against it, and you can have some parties that persist because you're a very small number of dedicated people who feel strongly about continuing to work together. But I think it's really challenging. So I don't know I can't speak to those exact examples, but wouldn't surprise me if it was at least a substantial factor.
One point about the history in New York, real briefly, is there has been the Conservative Party running for a long time. William F. Buckley ran for mayor as the Conservative candidate. Though on the left side of the aisle, there was also for a long time the Liberal Party, and it was kind of the counterpart. It went into decline. It cross-nominated Rudy Giuliani, which did not go over well with a lot of people, so it kind of collapsed. But it was supplanted by the Working Families Party, which is far and away the more successful. I mean, the conservatives are there and have their influence, but the Working Families Party is really the left flank fusion party that's got the most influence in New York. So that's kind of that creative destruction, so to speak.
It's responsive to what people want, right? It allows people to views change, priorities change, new leaders emerge, and it allows for more fluidity in a way that seems healthy.
All right, question here, Marisa, if you wouldn't mind. Going to get your steps in today.
Thank you so much. My name is Ron Luskin. I've been involved 1970 working with newspapers And I guess we know that we've been successful here for 200 years dealing with newspapers. But what's going to be successful for us in the future now and such? Obviously, the newspapers are going away, and I think it's really significant about local and state newspapers. So if you could speak about that for a few minutes, I'd appreciate that.
And is the question about the connection of declining newspapers to awareness of fusion or voter education about fusion? What's the fusion connection there?
Well, how newspapers are going to be effective in what we're doing.
I've got a newspaper connection.
Yeah.
So I actually got a bunch of these on my wall at home because they're neat to collect. But like I mentioned, the party ticket ballots were all newspapers. So, and that related to the healthy in a way. We had newspapers called, we still have like the Democrat Gazette in Arkansas. You see these legacy names sometimes that reflect that history of overtly partisan newspapers, which we think of as not being what we want objective, whatever. But that feedback loop, even though we're not going to go back to, cut out your ballot like you would a coupon to go to the grocery store. But that actually was a kind of healthy connection between the parties and the newspapers that the older party's ticket system did allow to function. And I think it under fusion, even though we wouldn't be going back to party ticket, it encourages that because it creates that, and it goes to the same thing about parties organizing and creating the incentive for parties to organize. That includes an incentive for the parties to create their own media ecosystems where they can reach their voters. And that might not necessarily be legacy newspapers, and we've got the internet and social media and everything, but it's helpful and fruitful. It's let 1,000 flowers bloom in terms of having all these reinforcing incentives to have healthy political parties and a healthier media ecosystem.
We can do another question or two before we break for lunch, and I'll give you some instructions about that. I see a question here down the aisle.
Hello, my name's Sid Warren. I'm with the Daily Cardinal at UW-Madison. I was wondering if you view fusion voting as the final goal of voter reform, or if you think more steps are needed.
No, it'll fix everything. I mean, it's the tongue, but I mean, no, it's certainly, there's lots of other things. I mean, I know Bo and Protect Democracy also work on proportional representation. There's people that work on ranked choice. There's people that work on campaign finance. I mean, there's no silver bullet, but it is, one of the good things about our federal system is the states can be very literally, in this sense, laboratories of democracy. So, if in 20 years we win all this and people decide, oh, fusion's garbage, nothing's set in stone. But I don't think that's what would happen.
Yeah, I would just add that it is somewhat unique insofar as it's looking to restore a practice that had been ubiquitous, as opposed to introducing something new. And not to say that new things are bad, but that it does have a historical gloss that puts it in somewhat of its own category. But to be crystal clear, that is not, there's no single thing. There is a lot of hard work is needed. My organization works on dozens of different issues around minimizing, executive abuse of power and the rule of law. And we really need to be working on all dimensions to get back to a more responsive, healthy democracy. We view this as one notable idea to be pushing forward, but alongside many others.
Okay, let's do one final question.
Thanks so much. Nate Atkinson, UW Law School. My question is, how do we disentangle the 19th century context, the Australian ballot versus fusion? As you've mentioned, there's these party tickets. What you haven't mentioned is they're all colored, and everyone knows how everyone is voting. We have 80-90% turnout in elections because parties can deliver votes, and there's very transactional, very patronage-based politics. And so when we see these coalitions forming, how can we think about whether that is because of fusion or because my boss is over there and knows how I voted, right? Or there are enforcers at the ballot boxes, right, who intimidate you. Election violence is regular in the 19th century. So how do we disentangle kind of the fusion aspect from that, from the observability of the votes?
That's right. It's resuscitating an old practice, but into a new environment. So maybe, Bo, we want to speak to that.
Just quickly say there were hundreds of fusion elections, even outside of New York and Connecticut, that happened after the introduction of the Australian ballot. So this wasn't exclusively a party ticket system. This was happening frequently and throughout the country in the 1890s and early 20th century. Once the Australian ballot was introduced, the fusion bans didn't always happen at the same time. Often it would be years later. And we see it continuing in, again, New York and Connecticut through modernity. And so I think there's a lot we can learn from taking into heart everything you were to say.
And that's the same context for Wisconsin as well. Australian ballot was 1887. Fusion still worked well, especially in the 1894 and 1896 elections. And then there was the ban.
I would just add that the history of how we got to the party ticket system was actually a step towards the secret ballot. That was the reform goal they had in mind in the early 19th century, the late 18th century. Because before that, it was like Iowa caucus style. Where you had to stand up in front of all your neighbors and announce who you're voting for. So, yeah. Secret ballots, that's my hot take, is you should be able to cast a secret ballot.
I mean,
Controversial.
I think it's sometimes hard to disaggregate a lot of the things that are happening on these Australian ballot. Before that, you could see the color, and that meant you didn't have to be literate to vote. And once you switched to a state printed ballot, you had to have literacy to be able to vote, unless you have something like party cues, like symbols on the ballot or things like that. So there's huge complications with every reform, has different mechanisms to think about, what was descriptively happening and what was like the normative aspirational goal that we want to have here. I mean, I think it's a super interesting one to think about the turnout aspect. Civil service reform, I'm sure, is a part of it. Bosses being there, it's probably a part of it, right? There's lots of different ways to think about it. But yeah, I think it's to highlight the history's messy in this area.
Yeah. Let's thank our panel for a terrific discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alex Talk. I'm the director of the Tommy G. Thompson Center on Public Leadership and an associate professor of political science here at UW. And I'm really pleased to be moderating today's panel. I want to thank everybody involved in this. This has been terrific so far, and I think can only get better. So I think this panel is going to talk about the actual effects of fusion. So we've talked about history, we've talked about law, and some of that will come in here a little too. But here we want to really think about what realistically are the potential benefits of fusion, what are the potential downsides of fusion, just what would its effects be, and where it's existed in recent history, what have its effects been, and how does it interact with other reforms. So I think we have a great panel here. I'm going to give them just very brief introductions because I want to have as much time for the discussion as possible. So first, Lisa Dish is a professor of political science at the University of Michigan, where she specializes in political theory with research interests in feminist theory, political ecology, and representation. Dan Lee is an associate professor of political science at UNLV, where his teaching and research interests lie within American politics and political institutions, in particular parties, Congress, and congressional elections, and is published on the topic of fusion. Lee Drutman is a senior fellow in the political reform program at New America, and also a political scientist. He is the co-founder of Fix Our House, a campaign for proportional representation in the U.S., and a lecturer at Johns Hopkins University Center for Advanced Governmental Studies. Finally, Nate Atkinson is an assistant professor at the University of Wisconsin Law School, where his research research interests lie in the design of legal and political institutions, including voting procedures. Right. So I think this is just a terrific panel covering that can cover a ton of aspects of this. So without further ado, let me turn it over to Lisa.
Hi, this is great. When we started doing work on fusion several decades ago, I really never imagined that there would be so much interest in it and that it could be something that many people, not just election nerds, would be interested in. So I would like to ask for a moment that you put out of your head everything you know about two-party politics, and that we look at the benefits of fusion from the perspective of the past rather than through the lens of our perspective today. So I'm going to talk about what fusion meant to the 19th century parties that used it and what it allowed them to do, what it made possible. We no longer enjoy the range of options that they took for granted. And I'm going to start by reading two quotes. And one of them is from a dean of election studies, as we say in the academy, Gerald Rusk. This is from a 1970 article. And he said, in the last 2 decades of political science, there has been considerable interest in the determinants of electoral behavior. And the determinants of electoral behavior are your religious identification, possibly your ethnicity, possibly your stand on something like temperance or reproductive choice, virtually neglected in this search for determinants has been the institutional or structural properties of the electoral system itself. That is still true today. And the reason we are here is because we understand that the ballot and what appears on the ballot and how many choices you get to make on that ballot are a significant determinant of really our politics, of our democracy. Now, there is more awareness today of voter suppression, but there is still not a lot of attention to the ballot itself. So, and then I'm going to read you a quote from a Michigan populist, the end of the 19th century. He could have been a research assistant for Rusk, except they weren't alive at the same time. And he astutely laid bare what would be the result of fusion bans. And he saw how the construction of the fusion ban would interact with the Australian ballot law. So one of the things that the Australian ballot law did was it imposed a threshold for appearing on the ballot. And basically, the two dominant parties gave themselves automatic ballot status. But anyone who wasn't one of the two major parties had to get a certain number of votes on their ballot line in order to appear on the ballot the next time. So they would probably have to do a petition gathering thing to get themselves on the ballot in the first place, and then they needed to get a certain number of votes to appear again. And this Michigan populist said that the ballot qualification requirements plus the prohibition against double listing, which was what the fusion ban was. It was a candidate cannot appear twice on the ballot. I think Dave covered that really well. Would affect the People's Party's ballot status. And he said, whenever a fusion candidate running under the Democratic heading alone produced many stay-at-home votes, which it would do, populists wouldn't want to vote for their candidate under the Democratic heading alone. In the future, we, the populists, will still have to get on the ballot by petition. So that was going to hurt their status as an organization. And he continued, the legislation practically disfranchises every citizen who does not happen to be a member of the party in power. It would mean that there could only be 2 parties at one time. And this was a shock. This is what we take for granted. And what we take for granted is that the second major party has a monopoly on political opposition. And it should not be that way, and it does not need to be that way. So one thing I would love to do is ban the phrase two-party system, because two-party politics did not work the way it does today in the 19th century. And when we use that phrase, we lend a sense of inevitability to the limits that we confront today. And we shut down, or we make ourselves feel that a challenge to what is today is futile. So how different was politics in the 19th century? I'm going to say it really quickly. It was a period of political ferment and party fluidity. Rachel Sheldon and Eric Alexander have written beautifully about this, due largely to third political parties. And what did third political parties do? They made it so that dissenting voices need not align with one opposing party only, but they could find expression through usually two, maybe even three, third political parties. And it doesn't matter that those parties were ephemeral. They weren't all, some of them were. It doesn't matter. They changed the political agenda. That is something we are almost completely unable to do about with our system. It really, you have to have some serious weight to change the topic of discussion and change the line of conflict. And it is very difficult for us to do that now. In the 19th century, voters were cross-pressured. They might have had they might have had a serious, or their political stance might have been seriously determined by whether they were an immigrant or not, whether they were a drinker, or a non-drinker who didn't want anyone to be drinkers, or a non-drinker who didn't mind if other people drank. All of these things affected it. I think that kind of diversity exists today, but two-party politics, as it is manifest today, tends to reduce rather than to solicit and encourage it. And fusion voting solicited and encouraged that kind of diversity. You are going to hear from Lee Drutman in a few minutes about the one-dimensionality of our politics, and that is exactly what fusion was able to fusion enabled multi-dimensional politics. So what did third political parties do in the 19th century? They were able to ask and answer questions like, what are we fighting about? What do we need to be fighting about? And maybe some people whom I perceived as being against me could be with me. In other words, they could build unprecedented and surprising coalitions. That is gone today. And that is dangerous for all of the reasons that Lily Mason said that it is earlier today.
I need to set a timer so I don't talk too much. I'm kind of glad I didn't prepare in a way today. I mean, I did, but didn't, because that way I could kind of adjust to what's been said and kind of cover, I think, fill some spots that might need to be covered. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to first start broad, kind of give you my general motivation for why I study third parties. So my research, that's kind of one area of my research agenda, studying third parties. Then I'm going to present kind of a general theoretical framework that I use to think about third parties. We'll apply it to fusion, and then we can actually apply it quickly to ranked choice voting, because I know that came up. And as a political scientist, I think we tend to have a bias towards being kind of conservative in terms of like adopting reform. So kind of my discussion is going to raise cautions about fusion voting, but I do want to end on a positive note. Something positive we could say more confidently about the positive effects of fusion. So my general motivation is like, do we really have a two-party system? Because I think it's been alluded to a few times how the parties have transformed a lot over, even though the identities, the names of the parties are the same, they've kind of evolved over time. So I think just using the term two-party system in that sense also is maybe not a good sense to think about. It's not really two, maybe it's like 2.1 or 2, because there's different versions of these parties. Then also thinking about it, for me, third parties play in the background in terms of being one of the factors that instigates changes among the major parties. So I think it more in terms of like a 2+ party system. Like it's not a multi-party system. It's not a straight 2-party. I always think about it like a 2+, right? So then we can think about, okay, so what influence do third parties have in this 2+ party system, right? So if we focus just on do they win elections, do they win office, they don't matter in that sense. But like my argument, a lot of my research is that they do matter all the time, even when they don't win elections, even when they don't even run. It's because of the potential threat of third parties causes the major parties to co-opt their potential supporters, right? So this whole co-optation dynamic is kind of like what my research theoretically focuses on, right? So the major parties have incentives to, I didn't even start this, so I guess I have 5 minutes still. I just start.
No.
They have incentives to try to co-opt the third parties, right? There's those potential votes, right, to help win an election, or the potential threat of a third party candidate might lead to a spoiler outcome if I don't preemptively, or if I don't try to win over their supporters, right? So I'm a Democrat, they vote for the Green Party candidate instead, I might lose the election because of the spoiler outcome, right? So my research looks at how the threat of third parties, like when third parties are more likely to run, they can have more of an impact, right? Again, not so much through winning elections, but through like scaring the major parties and leading them to try to co-opt those third party supporters, right? So let's think now in terms of fusion voting, right? So in terms of, so we can think about co-optation. I think we'll hear next how we can think about multi-dimensional politics. Third parties could bring up new issues that are being ignored. But what I'm going to reference right now is research where I look at the unit dimensional, like this left-right continuum, right? And we think about this co-optation dynamic. So let's think about New York State, where pretty much most or all of the third parties, minor parties, tend to be at the ideological extremes rather than a moderate party, right? So if you have parties towards the extremes, if you have major party candidates trying to co-opt their supporters, they're going to go out towards the extremes to co-opt their supporters. And this is like kind of a concern that was brought up by Derek. It's not a given that fusion is going to lead to more moderate major party candidates, right? It's contingent on there being a moderate third party. So I have a paper, and all my work is theoretical and also empirical, looking at fusion voting, electoral fusion in New York State. And I look at congressional elections. So I study national politics. And basically we see that, over time, that fusion contributes to polarization, in that candidates polarize in order to win cross nominations, right? So over time, as the parties have become more polarized, the minor parties in New York State have increasingly cross nominated rather than using pure, minor party nominations. And then also comparing across districts, the more extreme congressional incumbents are the ones that are getting more of those cross nominations, right? So this is kind of the potential downside. So it, again, kind of depends on what you're trying to solve. If you're trying to solve polarization, fusion might not achieve that outcome. It's contingent on there being a centrist minor party, right? Then also just really quickly, I'll just do one more minute on ranked choice voting. So my general theoretical framework kind of applies to that too. So I would have given someone said like, why isn't this a conference on ranked choice voting? So if it were a conference on ranked choice voting, I would have given the exact same talk, right? So ranked choice voting. So how does it all work? So fusion voting helps minor parties because it avoids the wasted vote logic, right? I'm not going to waste my vote on someone with no chance of winning. So I can still vote for this fusion minor party candidate. Same thing with ranked choice voting. Like, why is that beneficial for minor parties? Well, I don't have to worry about wasting my vote, because if I vote for them, they come in last place. We'll just go to my second rank and I can vote for the lesser of two evils on that ballot, right? So likewise there, that increases the likelihood of, success of third party candidates. That's going to increase pressures for major party candidates to co-opt their supporters, which again, if those are more extreme third party candidates, pull them towards the extremes, right? So again, these are just words of caution of like, what are the likely effects of fusion, of electoral fusion? I mean, it could potentially lead to contribute to polarization. I will say also, though, that this is a general dynamic that happens everywhere, even places without electoral fusion, right? Because minor part or like interest groups could endorse candidates, right? So there's other co-optation dynamics that work out in other districts, like in other states without fusion. So it's not to say that electoral fusion is like, 100% going to necessarily make it more polarizing, compared to this other dynamics, how it plays on other districts, other states. But my research suggests that it at least in the margins, it's going to contribute to it. On the positive side, again, kind of depends what we mean, like what we're trying to solve. So I think the benefits of fusion have largely to do with like voter attitudes. So there's research that looks at, there's a survey experiment where, ranked choice voting just increases people's attitudes towards democracy, makes them just trust the election outcomes more so, right? So that's kind of like why I'm was it fusion curious, like kind of on the fence. Like it's kind of ambiguous for me because there are costs and benefits. So I just wanted to at least end on that positive note. All right, thanks.
All right, so now I have a clicker. All right, I'm going to show you all some pretty pictures. Okay, enough words. No, there's words too. All right, I'm going to actually start this timer. Okay, so here's a pretty picture. I think it's pretty. All right, what does this picture show? All right, so the x-axis is the presidential vote margin. That's the one on the bottom. The y-axis is the Senate vote margin. Okay, so look at 2000. That's crazy, right? There's all these Senate candidates who are running way ahead or way behind their president. If you look at the upper left-hand corner, you've got Republicans winning in Rhode Island and Vermont. If you look in the lower right quadrant, you've got Democrats winning in Nebraska and North Dakota and West Virginia, although actually that was a more Democratic state then, but still Republican. So that's really interesting. You have these factions within the party. Now look at 2024. These are Senate elections. Bam! That's the flattening of dimensionality that I'm talking about, right? Candidates no longer distinguish themselves from their presidential party. It's all just one dimension. Are you a Democrat or are you a Republican? That explains everything. And that's the problem that we're in right now. And this is what Dan Dean Turkagy was talking about at the beginning. We're in trouble because we've flattened everything down to a single dimension. So the factions, the possible opportunities for shifting coalitions, that has all vanished from our politics. And this is something new. This is something distinct. History moves one way. We're here now we're in 2025. Do I get another slide here? All right. Okay. For the statistics nerds here, this is the R squared between basically the correlation, and what you see is of the Senate races, and what you see is this is the flattening of dimensionality. Everything is along one dimension. Okay. What about the House? I just did 2016, 2020, and 2024. But look at 2024. That is an R squared of 0.98. That is a very high R squared for those of you who don't know statistics. That means almost perfect prediction. Now, again, flattening of dimensionality, it's just all partisanship. It's all one dimension, D versus R. That is really bad for democracy. Democracy depends on these cross-cutting coalitions that Lily Mason talked about earlier. Okay, now I'm not going to go into the methodology of how I created this decline, but basically what you see is a decline of competition. You see, these I rank them in 5 tiers, Senate seats, but most of the Senate races have become basically foregone. So you have very little competition. In the House, it's even worse. Okay, so what happens when you have no competition in almost all of the elections in the country? Yes, bad things. But because competition is really important, right? In an economy, if you don't have competition, you don't have innovation. You don't have dynamism. You just have things that are stuck and flat. And then there's this little sliver of elections. Few states, this one, Wisconsin, right? Just gets very nasty every election. You're just assaulted with negative advertising. Okay, so this is bad. Most people are in safe districts that are either solidly Democratic or solidly Republican. They're surrounded by partisans who just tell them to fight nastier, fight harder. This is the doom loop. This is the escalating doom loop of we have to dominate the other side. And you know what that means? That means that people are willing to accept the breaking of democratic norms because winning is more important. You know, they're gerrymandering their state. We got to undo our independent commission so we can gerrymander our state even harder. Where does that lead, right? A democracy is a system in which we have legitimate elections, in which we accept the legitimacy of outcomes, whether we win or lose. Okay, so now what would happen if we put in place fusion voting? This should be So these are older slides, but basically the idea is that if without fusion voting, there's very few Senate elections that are competitive. With fusion voting, you have now, you can imagine 3% fusion. Suddenly there's more elections that are competitive because there's that 3% that could endorse either Democrats or Republicans. 4% more competitive, 5% even more competitive. Similarly, with the House, and if you went up to even you can imagine even higher percent fusion parties. Again, it's the swing in the middle. Suddenly, there's more competition. That is good. There is more potential innovation. There's more opportunities for shifting coalitions. Now, this is just a prediction. We don't know because we haven't made it legal everywhere. But if you suddenly have a party that could endorse either Democrats or Republicans, that creates more potential swing in the election. That creates more dynamism. That creates potential for more factions that are reaching apart across parties. That creates more possibility for multi-partyism and more of a possible transition to proportional representation, which would be genuine multi-partyism, which I think is a good thing because we do not want to be stuck in this flattened, one-dimensional, two-party system with us versus them. And I don't see any other way out of that other than by changing the election rules a little bit to allow some new parties to get into the mix and to change the fray. Would it lead to polarization or would it lead to, I don't know. I can't make any predictions about the future. It depends on who organizes and who gets involved. But what I do know is that they're looking at a lot of polling data that there are a lot of people who really don't feel either party represents them. There are a lot of people who feel like, they're more socially liberal, fiscally conservative, or maybe they're more socially conservative, economically liberal. Maybe they have other issues, and they are boxed out of the system. They can't bring that dimensionality to the system under the existing rules. What fusion does is it creates an opening. It says you can organize, you can now form a party, and you can push the two major parties to actually try to adopt. Right now, the two major parties are just stuck in the same, you're evil. No, you're evil. No, you're more evil. And that's where we are. And it's destroying our faith in democracy. It's allowing incredible liberalism under the guise of, well, Democrats are worse. And what happens when Democrats get back into power? I mean, anyway, that is my take.
All right. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. It's been a great conference, great views. I think it's always really important when we start discussing any sort of voting reform of asking the question, like, what are we trying to accomplish? Right. And we can think about fusion voting in a couple ways. One is it's going to give you more expression on your ballot. And that's like de facto true, right? Because I have more choices. And we can make more choices in many different ways. I think many of us, right, those of us in Wisconsin, we might think that we're trying to achieve something to get us out of this kind of hostile polarized environment, something that's going to depolarize, right? Something we have Tammy Baldwin, who doesn't represent a large portion of Wisconsin. We have Ron Johnson, who doesn't represent a large portion of Wisconsin. And instead, maybe we can have something that's more depolarized, more centrist. And so I think we want to ask the question then, if that's our goal, and I think for many of us that might be the goal, like, is fusion voting well positioned to achieve that? And so to answer that question, I think there's like three broad places we can look. So first is at the long ago historical record, the 19th century, which we heard about last panel and a bit today. We look at the contemporary experience in New York. And then we also can try to use just like political theory and political economy more generally to think about what the prospective effects might be. My reading of the evidence in all three of these is that we should expect little to no effect on depolarization. And if anything, the effect will pull outwards to more polarization. And so let's start with the 19th century experience. We have this broad coalition building at this time, right? We have the Free Soilists, we have populists, we have abolitionists. But again, this is in the era of the pre-Australian ballot. And once again, as I asked in my question, you carry to the poll place with you a blue ballot or a green ballot or a red ballot, and that is observed by party bosses who can give out favors. These are robust and rich patronage systems. And so at the same time we end fusion voting, we're also ending this system. And so disentangling, I think, is very difficult. We see this massive decrease in electoral engagement. Voting rates go from about 90% in the late 1890s down to 40 to 50% by the 1920s, right? Because you can no longer be observed how you vote. So I think it's really hard to actually disentangle anything about fusion from that era. Second, we look to New York, right? The one state that really has a robust fusion apparatus. We have not seen a center party emerge in New York. There's no depolarizing party in New York. We have the Working Families Party. And, I think they'll say they're trying to pull a different dimension, but most people would say they're to the left of the Democrats. We have the Conservative Party to the right of the Republicans. These are forces pulling us apart. So we don't see depolarizing effects. And we also do see transactional politics. So the Liberal Party, the independence parties were effectively trading their ballot lines in exchange for patronage, in exchange for contracts, in exchange for favors. So it's not a great experience there. And so we can turn to theory, right? Ask the question, like, what do we think as in terms of political theory? Both Dan and Lee brought up this kind of one-dimensional policy space, which does seem to describe most voters. If we know how you think about one issue, we can actually make a very accurate prediction about other issues, not for all voters, but for most voters. And so what's the best case for fusion voting in this? What's the best case? Is that a center party emerges, kind of what Lee showed us here, and that is pivotal in the election. What does that mean? Well, we now need 3% of voters or 5% of voters who are going to follow that center party's line. Who are these voters? If they're already voting Republican, why are they going to now switch to the Democratic candidates when the center party endorses them, or vice versa? You might say they're low information voters, but if they're low information voters, how do they know that the center party is in fact a center party? So in New York, people are not very good at placing the Working Family Party on the ideological axis. They think it's between the Democrats and the Republicans. The Independence Party, 85% of people who registered with the Independence Party thought they were registering as independents, right? And so if these are low information voters, how do they learn about the effect of this party? And so, right, we already have that candidates have strong incentives to move towards the center in general elections, right? You have to avoid being primaries. You have to move to the left in a Democratic primary, to the right in a Republican primary, but there's already strong incentives to move towards the center, and it's not clear what another party's endorsement is going to do here, why that's going to be convincing to these voters. And so I think the real question we should be asking ourselves is, like, what are we trying to achieve, and what is the precise mechanism that's going to get us from introducing fusion voting to this depolarization? And to me, I don't think the evidence isn't there in any of these three contexts. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. This were all really interesting. I want to give very brief reflections, have some questions, but then leave lots of time for audience questions as well. So let me briefly say I grew up in upstate New York. I've voted on fusion ballots. I've seen these minor parties. And indeed, until I went to college and really realized that you actually wouldn't have this elsewhere. But my impression of the New York politics is also not that it was so much better than the politics I saw elsewhere in the country. So, I think that gave me a little bit of skepticism. The other, when we reference the history and talk about introducing new dimensions, I think, one of the classic examples of it, the biggest example pointed to is the precursors of the Republican Party, sort of putting slavery on the agenda at a time when, the Whigs and Democrats weren't that interested in talking about it. And I think, it at least seems reasonable to me to think it did put it on the agenda. They didn't seem to make people like each other better. And then we had a civil war. And well, I'm very happy that ended slavery. I'm hoping we don't have a civil war now. And so, that I wonder if that is at least necessarily a great direction to be heading. Now, this may be a very different context for fusion, and it's maybe not even really the same thing as the sort of party ticket era where, you could vote for anybody. There was no official ballot. I'm not sure that is the same as, what I grew up with in New York. But, I don't know that history makes me feel better about it either. Okay. So the last thing is, I think, and we've heard reference to this, especially the first panel, I think a lot of political scientists think that we need stronger parties. That one of the problems with American politics compared to elsewhere in the world is that we may have a lot of partisanship, but we have weak parties. But I think, to me, that raises the question of whether fusion would strengthen parties or weaken parties. Now, maybe it's wrong to think we should be strengthening parties, but I suppose it's not totally clear to me why fusion would strengthen them if that's a goal. But I also have heard that reference. So I think that's the first question I want to put to really. I don't know if this is directed at anybody in particular, but would fusion strengthen parties, weaken parties, and is that a case for or against or nothing? And
I'm happy to jump in. So I actually think the conversation between strong versus weak parties is extremely confused, and what we should think about is the difference between healthy and unhealthy parties. And what I mean by healthy parties are parties that do real organizing, have real presence, have real structures that connect with, that actually serve the intermediary function that parties are supposed to serve. So this is different than a hierarchical party. I think sometimes we get confused that versus how centralized or decentralized should parties be. I think a healthy party should be rooted. Now, one thing that fusion voting does encourage is it encourages people who are starting these new parties to actually do some real organizing, to actually show up and be in places and mobilize voters. And, I think there are some voters out there who feel torn, might vote Republican, but they really don't like the direction of the Republican Party. They really don't think that Trump and all of that, what I would consider to be insanity, and I think a lot of people agree, is really the right direction for the Republican Party. Right now, what can they do? They can try to run in a primary and lose, but let's imagine that they could organize a center-right party. This fusion voting gives them a reason to organize that party, so then they command a ballot line and they can say, look, Democrats, we're not Democrats. We don't like the direction of our party. We will endorse you, and these are the things that we want. And by the way, for existing MAGA Republicans, if you want to win elections in the state of Wisconsin, you need to think seriously about the Nazis that are, embedding in your party, and maybe do a little bit of house cleaning there. But without that, without the fusion option, where's the where is the organizing coming from? Where is the leverage coming from? And that is the key issue, I think.
Yeah, I want to totally chime in there because right now our parties, the dominant parties, don't do any organizing. They ask for your money and they run television ads. And their television ads are insulting and stupid. And they make people dislike politics intensely or hate it, as E.J. Dionne wrote in the title of his book some years ago. It is not that third political parties are virtuous and whatever, but they are smaller organizations. And how they mobilize people is by talking to them because they don't have a recognizable brand. And right now, it is, I think, a criminal offense to me to organize a third political party and draw off votes and make them inconsequential. Everyone has a right for their vote to have a consequential effect. I don't think that sitting out is the only way to waste a vote. I think that making someone's vote inconsequential is wasting their vote. And fusion is one thing. IRV is another way that can enable a vote that you cast on a third party line because someone knocked on your door and talked to you to have a consequential outcome in the election. And I think we should not minimize this. I think having politics not be something that you simply encounter through your TikTok and your TV, but through someone who knocks on your door and expresses concern for you and listens to what you have to say. These are all super important right now because people don't trust politics.
Wait, hold on. Chuck Schumer just asked for $3.
Did he? Yes, you should give it to him anyway.
So just $3. That's all we need. But yeah, it's
So yeah, well, I think that actually leads me into I'm at least New Yorker by birth, and so I want to ask about New York. And then you studied New York here. To what extent have we seen, has fusion done any of these things that have been talked about? Like, are people happier with politics in New York or feel more?
Yeah, I guess I don't know specifically about how the public feels there, but I am kind of torn because on the one I like this discussion about thinking about healthy parties, and when you just think about it, having third parties can hold the major parties accountable, right? Because as of right now, the only way to hold them accountable is either to sit out or there's really no options, right?
Yes.
So I like the idea. That's kind of why my research has focused so much on third parties. And I like to think about third parties as a good thing, and particularly on the side of voter behavior, on voter attitudes. But then on the other hand, when I'm doing my research and what are the actual effects, and in particular, I got into it thinking about polarization because when I went into grad school in the early 2000s, that was kind of the big thing, and we still talk about it.
It's much bigger.
So when you think about polarization, I'm just seeing that in New York State, what are the third parties that form? I mean, they tend to be towards the extremes because they're reaching out to voters that really care about politics and that really care about an issue. They would tend to be more ideological, and tend to come from one side or the other. Versus the moderates tend to be less politically engaged, less involved in politics, less likely to turn out and vote. So it's not surprising that there aren't political entrepreneurs starting a centrist party because there's just not that. I mean, there may be a demand, but how many of those demanders are actually going to vote though? And then that's I think the harder thing for the centrist parties too. So it all comes down to in theory, yes, third parties are great. In practice, given that the third parties that form will tend to be towards the extremes, that's where I'm seeing that it's probably not going to contribute to moderation.
Well, look, I mean, historically that is the case because the Democrat and the Republican Party were in the closer to the center. They've pulled apart. Now, what fusion can do and what third parties do is they organize the part of the electorate that feels currently unrepresented. Historically, the center has been well represented by our two major parties, which were much more center-oriented until the 2010s. I think a lot of moderates in both parties have thought, well, we'll just fight within our party to bring our party back to the center. And I think as that becomes no longer a possibility, particularly in the Republican Party, Julie asked about asymmetry earlier, that is where there is an opportunity. I mean, politics changes, right? I mean, there's no one rule. Just because something is polarizing in one period, it might be an opportunity to create a center in another period. Everything is dynamic. Everything is a response to what happened before. And you can go back to earlier eras, and some eras, the parties, the Liberal Party in New York was a long-standing center party that endorsed both Democrats and Republicans, in a different era. So, politics is a complex, dynamic system that is always changing, and the key is how do you keep it from spiraling out of control? How do you keep it from a self-reinforcing doom loop? And if you have a party system problem, which we do, you need a party system solution.
I want to let me touch very briefly on the, I think this is some of what you said touched on the low information idea that Nate mentioned. So I want to add how that plays in here, particularly, I think there's political science. Literature has generally suggested that centrist voters tend to be more low information, and also that what we call moderates from surveys may not necessarily be one position, but maybe different combinations of extremes that don't fit a single dimension well, and so they sort of get placed in the middle. How does that play in here? What implications does that have for how fusion would work?
Do you want me to answer that? Or were you directing that to Nate or me?
I'll give Nate. Since Nate hasn't said anything, I'll give Nate.
I mean, because there's chance. I have thoughts. I'll let you rebut me afterwards. So, I think the evidence really does suggest that you have low information voters, right? The swing voters are oftentimes these low information voters, and so that to me begs the question: if we're going to have a depolarizing centrist party, like, how do those voters have enough information about what that party is? Right? You can call yourself the centrist party, and this is indeed what the Independence Party tried to do in New York. They call themselves the Independence Party, and they use that again for kind of patronage. We now need these low information voters who can't, decide between the Republican Democratic candidate to now learn enough that this party is a credible signal about what I care about. That seems like a lot more information that they have to actually have, right? And if they're just following the name, then what stops the proliferation of the center party and the center-right party, and the center-left party, and the Independence Party, and the moderate party, and it's a signal jamming. And what can we actually learn from that? That's my concern.
I mean, so the signal jamming is a common thing that people worry about with fusion, and you have a lot of experience in New York. There's not been a signal jamming problem.
But in New York, right, we have the signals are coming from the flanks. They're not coming from the center. Right. So there's not a signal jam.
But you actually have to. I mean, actually organizing a party is a lot of work, right? I mean, you're exactly what you're saying. Like to build that party, to reach enough voters, to organize enough voters, to tell them to vote on that party line. That requires like real work, and that's the kind of work that we should actually want in our democracy, is actually reaching out to some of these voters who have tuned out of politics because all they see is the same, talking heads screaming at each other on negative advertisements, and they say, what's the point? I can't vote for a party I care about, so why am I even wasting my time? Which is totally reasonable. Most votes don't matter in this country, and most people got other stuff to do. So I agree. There's a lot of voters who are low information because they're disengaged. Because where does it start from? The U.S. has among the lowest voter turnout in the world because we have very few competitive elections and we have only two parties. In other countries with more parties, there is higher turnout because more votes matter, because the more elections are competitive mostly because of proportional representation, but also because you have more parties that are trying to reach different segments of the electorate. Right now you have Democrats and Republicans who are just organizing the other side is evil. Well, that's not inspiring to a lot of people, But if you can mobilize some people, say, hey, let's vote on this party line. And yes, I mean, I agree. There's a lot of people who are independents and moderates and who are just have had these sort of heterodox views, but that is somewhat downstream from the political competition that people are witnessing. So if people get to witness different types of political competition, different parties sending different signals, people can pick up on those signals and locate themselves. I mean, you think of it, it's like a map. You need more data points to locate yourself. And I think there are a lot of high information voters who are dissatisfied with their party and who feel incredibly powerless. And remember, the power of fusion is you don't need to organize a party that displaces one of the two major parties. You don't need to get to 35%. You can get to 3 or 4% and have a very powerful impact on increasing the competition and potentially the dimensionality and dynamism and fluidity of our politics.
So Levi, if I could just ask briefly, because you said that, do you not see the Women's Equality Party that I think I have the name right, that Andrew Cuomo set up, or the Tax Cut Now Party, I think is a party at the 90s, the Republicans set up to sort of have extra ballot lines, at least in my understanding. Do you, or for that matter, the Independence Party, which Nate referenced, it seemed to, and the Liberal Party at the end of its time when it was basically handing out lines for office. Do you not see those as
was the New York City election better because Cuomo was able to run in the general election?
I'm not
more competitive.
I'm not trying to ask more broadly. I'm just trying to ask at the point that this hasn't happened at all in New York. If that hasn't happened, at least as little.
Actually, I think we shouldn't be bouncing back and forth. And I have to say that I'm feeling really uncomfortable with the way that we're talking about New York. And I'm feeling uncomfortable, A, because we are generalizing the picture of New York politics to what fusion politics would look like in other states. And I just don't think that you can do that.
Yeah.
And B, I am extremely uncomfortable with the idea that all the Working Families Party, which is what came out of the decline of the Liberal Party, has done is get patronage. I'm really, and that it doesn't mobilize voters. I'm just wondering, Dan Cantor, do you have anything that you could say about the Working Families Party, which you probably know?
So I need to say, I did not say the Working Families Party was doing patronage, the Liberal Party was doing patronage, and that was the decline. So I did not say that, or if I did, that was overspeak. So that was not at all it.
Okay, but nonetheless,
Dan can provide some history of what actually happened.
I mean, I'll talk in a minute, but yeah, there's minor parties. They are a lot of work and they're a lot of fun because you get to bargain around policy if you actually have a base. You need an actual base of human beings. This is the crucial thing. So all of those parties you mentioned, those Women's Equality Party, and there were no meetings to go to. They weren't. They were just a label on the ballot. That is not the same as a party. Party are citizens who share a set of values, who go to meetings. It's really boring a lot of times. But sometimes it gets to be a lot of fun as well. And people like participating in things like that. So there have been, there was zero patronage. We didn't want jobs. They weren't offering any. But we wanted was the ability to bargain for a set of policy gains. The best example, actually, I thought of it just a minute ago. 2008, there was a fiscal crisis in America. People will remember this. 2008, yeah. 48 states cut their state budgets pretty substantially. I'm sure there were state lawmakers in Wisconsin that had to do some serious budget cutting. There were 2 states that raised taxes on the wealthiest citizens, Connecticut and New York. And it was a direct result of the minor parties in those 2 states that said to the leadership of their major party partner, no, we are going to not allow you to do that. If you do, we will have to run spoilers. We'll do this, we'll do that. That is the power of a minor party. That is the power of fusion. But it has no power if there are no people involved, right? You got to be able to show that people show up. And whoever said it, you do not have to be that large. You're not trying to win the election on the minor party. We're going to hear later, because I'm going to give some of my time to Dale Schultz, former majority leader of Wisconsin Senate. You're a 3%, 4%, 5% party. You are a kingmaker in a state, particularly one that's close. New York isn't that close, though there are districts that are very close, even in every state. And in those districts, you get a lot of respect. Better to be respected in politics than loved. So the minor parties, the major parties hate them, but the voters really enjoy them, and it's always better to be respected. So I don't want to take too much.
So, and I do want to be clear that I also was not talking about the Working Families Party, in at least my question there. So I want to give you guys a chance to ask questions of each other, and then audience questions. Do any of you have questions you would like to ask of another, or of the whole panel? All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Over to audience questions. Yeah, I think you had your hand up there first.
Thanks. I have a question for Professor Dish about the historical episode of the late 19th century has been the one that we seem to be talking about around banning fusion voting. I'm curious about the relevance of the first and second Red Scares, which sort of excluded broadly or sought to exclude broadly from the political discourse parties on the left from participation, whether that had any implications for how parties saw their sort of letting smaller parties or factions into the political discourse through fusion voting, or that was all settled before the first and second Red Scares.
To be honest, I do not know if that had any bearing on, and I'd be happy if anyone wants to fill that in. As Andy Craig said earlier, the fusion ban contexts were very state specific. It is not the case that you cannot disentangle the relationship between the shift to the Australian ballot from fusion bans, because it was mostly not simultaneous, and fusion continued to flourish after the introduction of the Australian ballot. And so what typically happened was that when the larger of the two dominant parties, which had been suffering from fusions between the second major party and usually the populace, but there were other third parties as well that could help that second major party win, when the other of the two major parties had enough strength, they would ban fusion. And it happened much more slowly in places like Kansas, where the Populist Party, was stronger. And so it really was a political dynamic less than an ideological dynamic. Now, how much of that had to do in Milwaukee, Jeff will remember the details here maybe a little bit better than I do. But in Milwaukee, Milwaukee had a really strong Labor Party. And some attacks on third political parties that were before the fusion ban, but had to do with introducing the Australian ballot, were a reaction to the strength of the Labor Party in Milwaukee. And that was in the 1870s. So I would not be surprised if there is a link there with a Red Scare. Yes.
Okay. Questions? Nathan?
Can you talk about what the bargaining process looks like if there's a major party that is not responsive to a minor party that has been in coalition, and they start to get towards parity, and what the nomination bargaining looks like in that case?
Are you asking me?
It could be anybody. Yeah.
So bargaining with the a major party. What happened when, let's say, Working Family and Democrats get to 25%?
But that doesn't happen. Minor party is still minor part. If you get that high, there have been cases where the WP is strong enough in the district that, so for people know who Brad Lander is, he got famous he came up through the Working Families Party, and the Democrats fused on him. Like, it was clear that he was going to be our person, and he was so good that they wanted him. Now, he was actually a registered. We don't encourage people to register as Working Families Party members by and large, because the action is in the Democratic primary in New York City. Outstate, we do. So, politics is like it's a dynamic. It's human beings. But if there's talent, you'll find people. When people would describe themselves, "Oh, I'm a Working Families Democrat," we would be very happy. Just as the Tea Party was happy when people would describe themselves as Tea Party Republicans. And the challenge is,
Can a party it's not moderation. This is like completely wrong. It's representation, left, right, and center. In a fusion system, the people who are not being organized can organize if they feel like there's a gap. This is what Lee was trying to talk about. United Wisconsin's got a giant opportunity and a giant challenge. If they win their litigation, then they got to actually build the thing such that voters feel like, oh, I want to be with those people. So it's just a rules change. It's neutral. Everybody gets to play, but it leads to more representation and hopefully more accurate representation.
More questions? Yeah. So that's all right.
Hi, I'm Mike Leisure. I'm in the School of Medicine, actually, so you might wonder why I'm here, but I'm also engaged in political reform at the same time. I had a question. So thinking about this whole idea of reforming parties, improving parties through fusion voting as one reform. What the other thread I'm gathering is when it comes to instant runoff voting, ranked choice, that's more focused on maybe giving independent, kind of individual candidates maybe have a little more agency is maybe the thread I'm hearing. But I wanted to hear y'all's thoughts on kind of like those two reforms and like I'm talking to Lee in particular, but it could extend to anyone because I know Lee's kind of shifted in this over time based on what I've heard. Actually, instantly read the article where you shifted your take on it. So
yes, if anybody wants my take on how I changed my views on ranked choice voting, you can read a article on my Substack, how I updated my views on ranked choice voting. Actually, a paper that Nate wrote was actually one of many papers that helped to convince me that ranked choice voting was kind of a nothing burger. But the big point about why I think, to me, fusion is superior to ranked choice voting is because fusion encourages parties that form and organize and mobilize people and stay around from election to election. With ranked choice voting, it's great. Candidates are not spoilers if that's what you're worried about. Most elections are so uncompetitive that the only spoilage is that they're not competitive. But there are some, for particularly for local elections that are nonpartisan, I think, you can do ranked choice voting. That makes sense there for some primaries, maybe. But it is a candidate-oriented election system in which the goal is to prevent splitting of the vote among candidates. But candidates run, and then after they run, they go do something else. Parties stick around. And they build and engage and mobilize and energize people and try to build power that comes from having the collectiveness of the conspiracy of a party, to reference what Seth said earlier.
May I say one follow-up thing? Is there a little bit of a chicken and the egg thing now, in the sense that in order to affect the parties and affect the candidates and leaders? And in fact, that's one of the issues that I have as a voter, thinking about reform design. I think there are some good candidates out there, some good elected official, but I think there's quite small and like group of people that like go away would inspire me. I'd go like, if you're gonna get more individual, like which one do you put first, or hear them simultaneously to then garner out more effective?
Well, I mean, yes, politics right now is, it's always been a rough business, but so it's a real shit sandwich to run for public office, and it shouldn't be that. And, a lot of good people are not running for public office. A lot of good people are leaving public office. And, this is another problem of the crisis of hyper-partisan polarization in the doom loop is, who wants to be in elected office these days? You face threats of violence. It's all partisan screaming. And the pay is lousy. So, it is really hard to get good people to go into politics. And that's a broader issue of how we value politicians and how we value politics. And there's so much anti-politics. But, yeah, it's a real problem. And, my hope in working on election reform is that by changing the way our electoral system works, we can make politics more creative, more collaborative, more engaging, more energizing, and actually, draw some more inspiring leaders into politics.
Yeah. So I kind of lump a lot of these reforms together for me, theoretically. So for me, ranked choice voting, fusion, electoral fusion, and then low ballot access requirements all kind of accomplish the same thing, and I think have very similar effects. Because what do all those things do? They increase the chances of a third-party candidate, especially for ranked choice and fusion, getting on the ballot and then winning votes. And then why I also lump in ballot access, because, I mean, even for ranked choice voting, that can help minor parties like continue living on because they're able to win the votes to gain ballot access. Because a lot of these ballot access things are also written in terms of performance at the polls.
Yeah.
So that's like, so for me, like I kind of lump all those reforms together and see a lot of similarities that when the underlying dynamic is, you know, what reforms help third parties get on ballot and then win votes. And ultimately, their ability to do those things impacts how much they can influence the major parties, right? So that's me, just how I lump them together.
So I would say I lump them together too, but in a different way. In that I think ranked choice voting should be called instant runoff voting because there's many different ranked choice procedures. And fusion voting, as you've heard now, is I think they're both going to be very minor and very ineffective reforms. And maybe the way to think of it is, suppose you have Tammy Baldwin and Ron Johnson running against each other, right? Wisconsin, we split right down the middle. We can hope for this third party under fusion to emerge and have some signaling value between the two of them. You still have Tammy Baldwin and Ron Johnson running, right? I think what you're interested in is also this. Sorry, I don't mean to put words in your mouth. Right? Like, can we have a reasonable, not trying to add to them reasonable, but like, you know, someone who's at the center of Wisconsin, can they run and contest the election? And the answer is no, right? You're a spoiler. You're a third party. You can't do so. And under ranked choice voting, you can vote for that person. They're eliminated in the first round. They're gone. There's other election systems that can do this. We can look at like actually majority comparisons. You could rank the candidates. And now suppose we have, you know, someone who's at the center. And now you ask people, let's rank Ron Johnson, center Tammy Baldwin. I'm going to say that's about half the electorate. Half are going to say Tammy Baldwin, center candidate Ron Johnson, and some of them are split center first. We can actually look at the head-to-head comparisons. This is like called majority voting or Condorcet voting. Actually allow that person to actually contest and win an election. Under ranked choice voting, again, instant runoff voting, that person has no chance of winning the election. Under fusion voting, I'd be so happy if it works. I don't think the evidence is there.
All right. There, I think we got a couple of you guys. I'll try to get everybody in.
Yeah. So my question is kind of related to some of those graphs earlier about like political polarization, how the Senate candidates no longer overperform how the presidential candidates do in their seats, or with House candidates, etc. I guess my question is whether or not you think this is really due to electoral law or whether or not this is just a change in our political culture. There did used to be a lot of candidates who would overperform, but the difference is, well, even if electoral law doesn't change, they lose now. No one overperforms by more than like 10% in Ohio, like, or other states. You saw like John Tester and like Sherrod Brown, and you've seen some like classical like Republicans who used to overperform. Now they don't. It seems like in our political culture, independent of what the law is, there actually aren't that many swing voters anymore, or people who are willing to look past the candidates no matter how much they go to differentiate themselves. I'm just wondering if you have like any data to add or like anything you'd have to say about that, or if you think this is like an incorrect characterization. I'm curious what you think more in general.
I mean, right. And our political culture has changed. It's changed tremendously over the last 2.5 decades. Our politics has become much more nationalized. Our parties have become much more polarized. And the Democrats have given up on rural and small town America, and Republicans have given up on urban and professional educated class suburban America for the most part. And that is a real problem. That is a problem that is causing all this division, but it's a problem because of how we do elections in this country. So, you know, in 2000, didn't matter, right? You know, the parties were too close to the middle. That's why you had parties on the extremes. Now, you know, the parties have pulled apart and everything is nationalized and everything is flattened. So the question we need to ask is, what can we do to increase some of the dimensionality, increase some of the play, increase some of the resilience, increase some of the fluidity in that system? And by creating reforms that allow new parties to organize and reach out to voters who are left out of the system, who are disaffected by the system, who are frustrated by the system, and say, hey, we can organize and we can change the dynamism of this system, that at least creates a possibility. Can I guarantee that it is going to work? That depends on what people do with it, right? You can get into the University of Wisconsin on a scholarship, but if you don't attend any of your classes,
That scholarship is worthless.
He won't have any followers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to feed off what you said, Lee. I think people are hungry for change. I think we need more competition. And I think the Republican Party is imploding. And I think now the Democrats are going to probably implode after what happened with Chuck Schumer. So I think we do need, I think the time right now is ripe for either fusion or ranked choice voting or something to give the power back to the voters.
So do you have a question?
No, that was more of a comment.
All right. Questions? Sure. Over here. That's
yes.
Really quick, I like the whole multidimensionality. I believe that super doom party doom loop where it's just all gonna get eaten up and collapsed by the major parties and just almost like contribute to more partisanship. In a way.
You mean that we passed the event horizon and we're all in the black hole?
Kind of.
Yeah. Well, then we're all fucked. So what's the twist?
Right. It's kind of the whole conflict extension, just like with new.
Yeah, but I mean, I think there are issues. There are a lot of 70-30 issues out there. And a lot of floating voter groups who could be wrested free. I don't think we're past the event horizon. Yeah, but if we are, then what are we doing?
Sorry. So this is not directed at anyone in particular, but as a person who was born in 2002, I don't think this will come as any surprise that people don't really read anymore. And that's what all four of you are kind of getting at is this idea of low engagement or disillusion with the system. In my view, as someone who was raised in part by the internet, is it pessimistic to say that procedural reforms are a drop in the bucket with a population that has become accustomed to partial attention and instant gratification through short form content?
I mean, bring back the color coded ballots,
right?
Yeah, I mean that's a big issue, but so yeah.
I don't know. Zoran Mandani did just fine. Yeah. He managed to mobilize a bunch of new voters using the things that speak to you, and I have no idea where to find.
All right, we got time for one last question. So over there, let's try to make it brief, if possible.
Yeah, Kurt Bolton, Wisconsin Green Party. I look at the data that was presented, and I think I can see that gerrymandering is a big factor in this whole thing. So I would like to, you can tell me that's fine. I would like you to explain it to me instead of just telling me no, because I'm wondering if
using 1 minute, but it's because of the sorting of the parties. Doesn't matter. Like when you have single member districts, if Democrats live in one part of the state and Republicans live in the other part of the state, gerrymandering has a minor effect on that. But mostly it's the way that the parties have just sorted geographically. Is the Senate gerrymandered? No.
But weren't your graphs the same for the Senate?
Yeah. So it's not gerrymandering. If it was gerrymandering, you'd see it much worse in the House, right?
You can't gerrymander a Senate.
Exactly. That's the pitch.
So I think like a lot of times people say gerrymandering is a symptom, not the cause.
Yes,
partisan.
Exactly.
All right. I think that was the last question we had time for. Thank you all. And I know there's some more questions, so hopefully you could ask them during the break.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Ellie Powell, and I'm Associate Professor of Political Science here at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So our last panel here today is about reimagining politics here in Wisconsin, possibly under fusion voting. What could actually change here? Under what conditions would fusion succeed or fail here? So to answer these questions, we're finally going to turn from the world of academia to the world of real-world practitioners. So you've heard probably at length, to the point where you're sick of, from the political scientists, the historians, the lawyers. Now we're going to hear from the actual politicians about what this actually could look like. So as was discussed earlier, one of the few places in the country that has used fusion voting in recent years is New York. So we're going to hear from some actual New Yorkers about how this has worked in New York. Now, as a native of Western New York, I was born and raised in Rochester. I lived, through the world of fusion voting my first election. So it's a real treat to get to hear and talk about New York politics yet again. I realize in Wisconsin that we don't often look to New York as a model for what we want to do here in Wisconsin, but I'm going to ask for your grace to think and learn about what another part of the country is doing. So we have two very knowledgeable New York panelists here to tell us about their experience with fusion voting in New York. Peter Lavinia is a scholar activist. I know I said no more political scientists, but bear with me here. He is both an assistant professor of political science at SUNY Oneonta, but is also the co-chair of the Green Party of New York. Dan Cantor is a co-founder of the New York Working Families Party and served as the party's national director from 1998 to 2018. He now consults on structural reforms. And then to bring things home here to Wisconsin, we have someone here to provide the plaintiff's perspective on the fusion voting lawsuit here in Wisconsin. We have Judge Dave Deininger. He is a former Wisconsin Court of Appeals judge and previously served in the Wisconsin State Assembly. And so without further delay, I'm going to ask Judge Deininger to kick things off. We're going to follow the same format we've did in the previous panels. Each panelist is going to speak for about 5 minutes. Then we'll have a sort of Q&A among the panel, and we'll open up to questions from the audience.
Okay, as was mentioned in the introduction, I believe I'm on the panel because I happen to be one of the plaintiffs in the current Wisconsin litigation to set aside the current ban on fusion voting in the state. So the question is, why? Why am I involved? What drew me into this? I was once quite active in the Republican Party. I served as a Republican member of the State Assembly for 8 years. But then I became a judge on the Circuit Court and later the Court of Appeals. And in Wisconsin, the judicial races and office holders are nonpartisan. Our Code of Ethics prohibits any participation at really any level in partisan politics. However, now I'm fully retired. So I'm no longer bound by judicial ethics to remain nonpartisan. I don't see a place for me in either of the major parties, at least for someone with my political views and my values. The current Republican Party has left me. And actually, if I tried to go back, they probably wouldn't have me. So I find it hard to find Republican candidates above the county level that I want to vote for. Now, I can relate to some moderate Democrats, but it's hard to fathom what the Democratic Party really stands for today. I think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was quoted as saying, the United States is the only democracy where Joe Biden and I would be in the same party.
Right.
So when I go into the booth today to vote, it's a quandary at times because I'm not crazy about either of the major party candidates. I was thus pleased to learn that there's a new group that has formed in Wisconsin called United Wisconsin. It's a cross-partisan group of folks that, like me, moderate and having difficulty finding comfort levels in either of the current political parties. The goal or the plan for United Wisconsin is that if the lawsuit is successful and we again are allowed to fuse candidates, cross-nominate candidates, they'll take the necessary steps, and I think there have been discussions of what those hurdles are, petitioning process to get ballot access and so forth. But then it would free that group, the United Wisconsin Party, if it becomes such, to cross-nominate or run our own candidates or do some of each, depending on what office was involved. So I strongly believe that it's wrong and arguably unconstitutional for the state of Wisconsin to tell me who I can or cannot associate with in the political arena. I don't want to join a third party where my vote is really inconsequential because of third party candidates, at least in the near future, are not going to win. At worst, if I vote for a third party candidate, I may be spoiling. Everybody has talked about that. So it is my hope that we're successful in the litigation. People have asked kind of what the status of that is. Basically, it was filed earlier this year, I think probably late spring, early summer. It's in the discovery stage at the moment, and there is a pending motion for summary judgment that will probably be heard sometime later in the spring. As my former partner used to say, it's turtling along.
That's good.
Can I be reminded how this works? Oh, there we are. So I guess, I don't know, we haven't had too many examples of a New York State fusion ballot there. I think that's very ugly. Some of you may disagree with me. Not clean at all. I want to argue some of the problems of fusion voting. Yes, I am a political scientist, so you're going to have to bear with me a little bit before I get into some of the practical politics. Most of my early research was on parties, especially historically, kind of a debate about parties and democracy. I looked at Robert Michels, and Robert Michels is pretty famous for studying political parties and the iron law of oligarchy, the idea that democracy tends towards oligarchy, elite control, and parties tend to be oligarchy and democratic guys. And yet I'm co-chair of a political organization that wants to see grassroots democracy. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the issues with parties in the United States. Some of this has already been covered. I think that many of the issues relate to our election laws, the single-member district, plurality elections that we face, creating the tendency towards one or two parties and often non-competitive elections because nobody runs in those districts. Gerrymandering, I know that Lee had said that this isn't an issue. I think it is, to the extent that people sort into these parties because they want to vote in the primaries and they stay there because they're socialized into them. I live in Albany, New York. We've had the Democrats running that government for 104 years, since 1921. People join the party whether they really believe in it or not. There ain't nowhere else to go, right? When the Greens run, we do tend to be the second party, but that's it. It's hard. Party cartels and election laws. There's a lot of good research about political parties, especially major parties, forming these kind of electoral cartels. They write the election laws. They make it very difficult to stay on the ballot and to get ballot access. I could talk about that a little bit more in New York State and how that changed about 5 years ago because, I think, of conflict over fusion, and made it almost impossible for smaller parties to run candidates before we were. Campaign finance, I think a lot of the problem that we're facing with parties and their platforms and what they actually support in legislation has to do with donor blocks. Tom Ferguson's a political economist who's done a lot of great work on this. Essentially that what voters want doesn't particularly matter if donors want something else. So this is a major issue. I do think campaign finance has to be in this conversation. And I think parties socialize their voters. That's why I say bourgeois partisanship and its problems. Yeah, I'm a leftist, and I study this stuff. And if you have no other kinds of competition and you socialize people into one or two parties and they're only interested in what those investor blocks want, you're going to get kind of people angry at each other and believing that, there's only one or two ways to do things. And that's what the investor blocks want. Okay, enough of political science per se. So there are some problems that fusion creates that I think that in Wisconsin you're going to have to look out for. Some things that I've seen over 25 years in New York State as a Green Party member and activist. One, patronage system. It is a huge problem in New York State. This has been discussed before with parties like the Independence Party or the Liberal Party. In New York State, you can get an authorization to run as someone in a different political party on another party's line by political elites in those parties giving you that right. It's called a Wilson-Pakula. This creates conditions for backroom deals, version of voter will. It has happened. It continues to happen. People are put on the ballot that voters do not want in those parties and that don't really support that party platform. Two, fusion parties support candidates that don't really stand for their party's values. So the Working Families Party has cross-endorsed people like Andrew Cuomo that they claim to hate 4 times. The loathsome Andrew Cuomo. Even though they twice claimed that they were going to run a candidate against them, they did in a primary, and then moved candidates off. And this happens with all kinds of fusion parties in New York. You can, through electoral law shenanigans, pretend you're running someone and then move them off. So I think it's a federal judgeship election. Am I right, Dan? Later on in September. So you kind of, even though you have political parties doing this, you can do what you want later on. They also endorsed Republicans. So, I mean, maybe that's a good thing if you like moderation, but 20 years ago, the current leader of the New York State Senate, Andrea Stewart Cousins, lost an election by 18 votes because the WFP cross-endorsed Nicholas Spano, a Republican, who I don't think their political membership really supported compared to Andrea Stewart Cousins. So kind of interesting there. This, I think you're going to have to look out for. Party line stealing. We have this problem all the time. Democrats and Republicans register voters in our parties and steal the lines. We have partisan local elections. It's a little different, but the WFP has faced this problem too. Democrats and Republicans will simply say, hey, register as a Green, register as a Libertarian, register as a Working Families Party member, and then we'll come around and you sign the petitions, right? And then so there's really no chance to defeat these people in a primary because you've got hundreds of people to maybe like 10, 15, 20 Working Families Party members or Greens. Fake parties. This was discussed. In 2014 and 18, Cuomo created the WEP because he hated the Working Families Party so much he wanted to confuse voters. You can do that. It happens. It's happened before. It's a problem, right? And very often these parties are just political clubs for Democrats or Republicans anyway. I don't really see much of a mass voter base or enrollee base for the Conservatives or Working Families Party. They're mostly Democrats or Republicans in another very recognizable skin. Disaggregated fusion and fairness. As you saw with this here, you can have a name appear on a ballot multiple times, right? Can you find where the Green Party is in here compared to Andrew Cuomo, Kathy Hochul, or Rob Astorino? We're buried in the corner here. So if you want to run your own campaign in New York State and you're facing people like this, you are at a severe disadvantage. This is a problem with disaggregated fusion. I think it's completely unfair for someone to appear multiple times on the ballot. It creates a very large advantage because it's usually major party candidates that get these kind of cross endorsements. It's very rarely smaller parties cross endorsing each other to run against Democrats and Republicans. So in 2018, Andrew Cuomo appeared 4 times on the ballot. Mark Molinaro, the Republican, 3. The Green Libertarian and the Serve America Movement Party appeared once, and usually buried on that ballot, way down, harder to find. It does create electoral outcomes, right? So I do think if you're looking at fusion, you have to worry about that as well. Smaller parties also tend to do better in states without fusion. This has historically been the case, even in the 19th century. And there's been some good research on this. The Professor Bernard Thomas has examined states, including New York, where he found that smaller parties really do better vote total wise in places where fusion doesn't exist. And so for the Greens, that's a big deal. So what do I think needs to have happen? Well, we've talked about this. We need proportional representation. We need fair ballot access. And we need really good public campaign financing. And I think if you're going to have fusion, that what you need is aggregated fusion, right? So those of you who don't know what aggregated fusion is, instead of 50 different names on a ballot, you have the candidate's name and you have the parties that endorse them underneath. They get one ballot line and that's it. And people can still see that they're being cross-endorsed, right? But that means that people can clearly see, and it makes it easier to have proportional ranked choice voting as well, which I think is important, or any other kinds of PR. Anyway, I think I'm probably at time. So I'll stop, and if you have questions later.
I think he doesn't like fusion. This is like outer body experience for me. Like I got on the fusion train about 37 years ago. I called up this guy I sort of knew who lived in Madison named Joel Rogers, said, I got this idea. This had to do with the Cuomo the Elder, where the Liberal Party had endorsed Rudy Giuliani. Anyway, it was a complete mess. I called Joe. I said, we have this idea. Should we try to revive Fusion, form a new Fusion party in New York? He said, all right, I'll call you back Monday. This is on a Friday. Monday, he sent me like a 15-page single-space memo, and that became the beginning of something called the New Party, which had about a 7-year run and then went out of existence due to a Supreme Court ruling in 1997. But in 1998, it was part of the formation of the Working Families Party in New York, because Fusion was still legal in New York because of that case in 1911 that Bo Trimitier talked about earlier. I'm going to talk really fast because I'm going to give some of my time to the former majority leader of the Wisconsin Senate to add a little bit more color to what's going on in Wisconsin. Listen, fusion is not magic. It is not going to solve every problem. Everybody agrees with this. The whole question of money in politics is gigantic. But for this particular moment, for your consideration, I think fusion is unusually valuable. Consider Germany for 1 second to understand why this is so. Many people here will know that there's a MAGA party in Germany called the AfD, the Alternative for Deutschland. Kind of nervous just to say it. They got in last winter's election 21% of the vote. Pretty good. And that converted in their system to about 21% of the seats in the Bundestag, in the parliament in Germany. There have been hundreds of polls, literally many hundreds of polls in America, people who self-identify as supporters of MAGA, authoritarian movement, in some substantial measure, has never gotten above 20%, between 19 and 20% in probably 200 or 300 polls that we have looked at over the last years. They get a better conversion rate. Their 20% of Americans who identify as MAGA converts into about 60 to 62% of the Republican Party primary electorate, which means 100% control of one of our two major parties. And when there's only two, sometimes yours is going to be in power. And so the capture of the Republican Party by a faction, not a small faction, by a giant, strong faction, has allowed 20% of the country to take control. And what we're seeing is what we're seeing. In Germany, 21%, that's a long way from 50%, actually. And the AfD is growing, and they have every right to grow, but they're a long way from being able to exercise the power that we're seeing here. All we're saying with this once very common system of voting is that it allows the citizens to organize. It's not going to produce moderation. It's going to produce more accurate representation, left, right, and center. If there are centrists who feel that they are not adequately represented, they will have an opportunity to build a party, an organization that can compete for power in and through the state. Drutman and the other political scientists have been really clear. You cannot have a democracy without parties. And people who think you can do that are making a big mistake. There is a name for countries without parties. They're called the dictatorships, or they have one party. That is not what we're interested in. We're interested in having the citizenry exist in a system that incentivizes people to organize, to go to meetings, to participate, to bargain with each other, to work with people they don't agree with on everything, but they do agree with on something. And that is what fusion allows over and over again. My experience is that voters love it. They really like being able to cast a vote that has a little extra oomph. We say over and over, whether you're on the right, left, or center, you say vote for the candidate you prefer under the party label closest to your values. It counts just as much as a vote on the major party line, but it carries a little extra punch. And that takes you to the fun part when you start to bargain with the major parties. We would meet. We did actually, I have to respond to this. We did cross-nominate that Republican in Yonkers who won by 18 votes. And in return for that, 2 million people in New York State got a $2 raise in the minimum wage. So to us, that was worth it. We knew what we were doing. We knew we'd pay a price for it. Some people wouldn't like it. We thought it was worthwhile because a minor party is typically, inspired by a certain view of the world. And it's not, we know we're not going to be the major party. We're not electing the governor. We want to be at the table when policy is made. There are different kinds of third parties. That's what fusion parties are. They are interested in the legislative sausage making. It's legitimate for the Green Party to not fuse, but they're not at the table and they don't particularly want to be. They want to change the atmosphere, inject new ideas into politics. That's legit. It's different. So here in Wisconsin, as in Kansas and in New Jersey, and probably 4 or 5 other states soon, we hope, a group of patriots has figured out that they would like to, strengthen our democracy and have brought this case, the United Wisconsin case. So I thought I'd ask Dale to talk about Dale Schultz, former majority leader. In my final 2 minutes, I'm making that up. What is he seeing around the state? What kind of response are you getting? Because many of you live here. And if this happens, this is an earthquake. You live in one of the 3, blue wall states. How sick you are of that must be of that, right? But it won't last much longer, unfortunately. So that's another thing that's happening, where there could be a decision in the next year and a half. We don't know. Courts move at their own speed. This will be a very important moment. So it's worthwhile people thinking about this ahead of time so that you're ready to go when that happens. So there, you can stand right over there and tell people what's happening out in the field.
Well, I don't promise to be held to 2 minutes, just to start with, because there's a couple of things that are important to say. I'm inspired by what I've heard here today, and I am very pleased with the University of Wisconsin and the kind of debate that we've had today. Why I have long endorsed a liberal arts curriculum as a basis of an education at this institution, and I think you did very well today. But the discussion today can't solve all of the debate issues that are out there, because the one group of people that aren't here are those folks who are increasingly desperate, who are our friends and our neighbors. Doesn't matter whether it's Richland Center where I live, or down in Argyle, or up in Stevens Point, or over in Milwaukee. I think each and every one of us knows that we have an awful lot of people who are bordering on desperation. They don't know where the food is going to come from for their family. They're worried about their health care, the cost of their health care. And I think we saw the reaction to this phenomena in the last election. People revolted, but they did it in a socially acceptable way at the ballot box and by organizing and talking to their neighbors. Talking to your neighbors is critically important. Last week I was in Stevens Point, and I had the opportunity to address a statewide gathering of advocates for senior issues of all kinds, nursing homes and all the other panoply of meals programs and everything else that exists. And I was struck as I sat there and I watched some really intelligent organizing. And they weren't just labor leaders, there were some there, but there were pastors and members of civic clubs. And one pastor got up and talked about what needed to happen that really resonated with me. He said, when we're done here, we will have accomplished nothing if we don't take this home. And when we take it home, let me give you some advice. Seek out those people who care. Each and every one of us in our role in our life works on things in our communities that are important to us. And we do it through these kinds of organizations. It sounded a little bit like Mr. Rogers to me, but you know what? They're both right. The reality is somebody has to talk to these people and convince them they're not alone, number one. Number two, somebody has to talk to them and tell them that there are people who care about them, who want to help them, and that they know their lives will be better if they reach out to their neighbor and lift them up. Their lives will be better. And, I think that that's just critically important. And why fusion voting? Why does it matter? Because of agency. Right. The fact that suddenly people get a chance to sit at the table, to be a part of the discussions that matter to them. In Richland Center, I suspect it's not a lot different than the communities you come from. There are places where people gather, the coffee shop, the back of the feed store or the paint store. And if you enter in there and you start talking about politics, the first thing people say, I don't want to talk about politics. Yeah, I don't vote. Well, why don't you vote? Well, it just encourages the bastards. And similar comments that it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. And what our job is to give them hope, and what we offer them is an opportunity for agency. We can't give it to them. We can encourage them to take it for themselves, and we can support them in that effort. And that's what United Wisconsin is about. It's about reaching out and showing people we care, that we think they deserve an opportunity to be heard, and they ought to have a seat at the table so that they can steer the course of our state. I think there are an awful lot of people, and I would dare say in this room too, there are an awful lot of people who are tired of billionaires and very wealthy characters buying elections like they would sell soap or something. I mean, where's the humanity in all of that? It just isn't there. And I think, yes, fusion voting is not the be and end all political reform, but it is, in my opinion, an essential part of our future if we're going to get back to having a healthy democracy. So again, I want to thank everybody at the University and LaFollette Center for all their efforts, and my former colleague, Dave Deininger, and all the rest of the people who stepped forward to make a difference at a time in our life when we have a unique ability and time to go out and do what needs to be done. Thank you.
All right, great. So we've had an opportunity to hear from people with a sort of variety of views on fusion voting on this panel, and we had an extra panelist, so we're running a little bit short on time. And so I just wanted to think about one question that I'll sort of offer up to the group that I think maybe hasn't been as much of a focus of our discussion today, which is, I'm a legislative scholar. I'm interested in sort of what happens in legislative bodies. And I wonder if people can talk a little bit about sort of what happens after the elections in terms of fusion, sort of what happens in the New York State legislature. How do you see, these fusion relationships and party dynamics play out substantively in New York in terms of politics? Does it change gridlock dynamics? How does it work? How do you see it working in terms of how we think about independence from pressure from an executive, in this case, a governor, but sort of does it give essentially cross-nominated candidates sort of more of a buffer from, the major party executive or governor? And how do those dynamics play out? So I'll ask our panelists to offer any thoughts that they have.
What a great question. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Sorry. So in Connecticut, which doesn't get as much airtime, and they're kind of annoyed about it, living next door. In 2010, there was a gubernatorial race, very close race. A guy named Dan Malloy won by about 6,000 votes, 26,000 of which came in under the WFP label. And they had bargained with him for about a year before that about the importance of paid family leave. Paid family leave was the law in 0 states in America. And so WFP had one ask and one ask only. And for all of the candidates that it nominated, state Senate, state delegates, state House, as well as the gubernatorial, and by this fortunate thing of actually being seen as the margin of victory. It's not really true in a sense, right? Everything's the margin of victory, but it made for a good talking point. It took about 6 weeks. But all of a sudden, the first state in America passed that. That's an unusually neat version of what happens. More commonly, some of the people you cross-nominate are really with others are doing it because they don't want you to support somebody else, right? That, and politics it's human beings. It's not a perfect process, right? It can be messy. But the ones who are really people who are going to be excited about getting the United Wisconsin nomination, they're going to be like, come on in, let's work together. Let you be the outside game. I'll be the inside game. Legislators who are smart like it when there are citizens who are promoting bills that they have jointly agreed that they'd like to see passed. So it's as I say, it's fun. We would do 500 or 600 person lobby days, and everybody would have the same T-shirt on, and you walk around, and there's a big difference. You go into an office where you delivered 15% of someone's vote. It's not uncommon. Would come in under the WFP label. You get a pretty respectful hearing compared to the ones where you did poorly. So the party itself has an incentive to do well because it wants to be taken seriously by those candidates. You're always in a position of weakness vis-a-vis the governor, and the bigger the office, the less power you have. Sometimes, though, you do need to exercise the threat of exit. Like we're not going to actually cross-endorse you. Very rarely. We've thousands of races, but there's one very famous one. There's a woman named who got her start running just WFP against a Democrat. There was no Republican running. There are a lot of districts like that everywhere, right? There's only one party running, so there's no spoiler thing. So her name was Tish James, and she won as the WFP candidate for city council, has gone on to now be sued by the president or something. Anyway, indicted. But every now and then you have to do that as well. You got to show the major party that in the right circumstances, you're going to run your own person. It's extremely rare for all the reasons that have been, talked about ad nauseum. It's very hard to do, but it's a numbers game, and the ability to be able to count. The only thing I really disagreed with your thing, you really need to be able to count the vote. It really helped the Free Soil Party, who's the greatest senator in American history, Charles Sumner. Free Soil Democratic fusion, created, Charles Sumner. So you've got to be able to show your strength, but for that matter, it means you also can reveal your weakness. Like if you do poorly as a fusion party, people say, oh, you're not that important. So you're always incentivized to try to grow. So that I think is very important to be able to do what it said on the, I forget who it was. You can make you can make a coalition, but you don't have to merge. You keep your own identity, which is very valuable because you want to give people the psychological distance. They don't want to vote for that party. I'll shut up, but I experience this with my father every 6 years. So he's an FDR, Jewish liberal Democrat in New York. God would strike him dead if he voted for a Republican. Every 6 years, he'd vote for Jacob Javits. I hear, Dad, he's a Republican. I'm voting for him as a liberal. It was different. I didn't have to pull that lever. I was voting for him. That happens all the time in New York politics. It'll be really interesting to see what happens with United Wisconsin or United Kansas or the New Jersey Moderate Party. Those are the three plaintiffs in those three suits. Can they build that center voting bloc? Because it has structurally, it has more potential than either the people on the flanks, because their decisions will be even more meaningful. It's not to say the flanks don't count. They definitely count, and it's good. In my mind's eye, there's a three-party coalition waiting to be built. Right now, it'll be Democrats, one party to their left, like a Working Families Party, one party 10 degrees to their right, like a New Jersey Moderate Party. And then they're wrestling with each other. Oh, we delivered 8%. You only delivered 4%. And you'll get, that's good. That's multi-party coalition politics in which you are incentivized. And the big one in the middle, which could eventually be the Republicans if the Democrats go off the rails, they have to be mindful of their minor party partners. And this is what better representation will look like.
Hey, maybe I can upset. So I want to push back. I want to say, if you want multi-party democracy, if you want proportional representation, the only kind of fusion you can move towards is aggregated. The reason that I say aggregated fusion, I'm not even a particular fan, as you probably know, of fusion, but if it happens, to have aggregated fusion, you have a ballot that's clean enough to have PR. You should want PR for real multi-party democracy. That's the reform we should really be talking about, not fusion around the edges. Number two, in New York State, there's horse trading that goes on, but fusion ballot lines are rarely the deciding factor in elections. In fact, that's been true historically. They are rarely the deciding factor in election. So when you look at the horse trading, I think that this stuff would have happened anyway with lobbying groups in New York State. Occasionally, yes, you do get things occurring, but then you also have backlash against fusion, right? I mean, this is what happened in New York State. Andrew Cuomo absolutely hated his party. And after 4 election cycles of being, 3, after being cross-endorsed, rammed through a change that the New York State Legislature endorsed to make it almost impossible to maintain a ballot line if you didn't cross-endorse Democrats and Republicans. We were consistently, as Greens, getting our ballot line in the 2010s. And now they changed from 50,000 votes for governor to 130,000 votes, or 2% of the vote, whichever is higher, every 2 years for president and governor. That's it. And they did it specifically, and there's record of this, to get rid of us. Right? They didn't want us because they were angry at the WFP.
No, they wanted to get rid of us.
They wanted to get rid of you, and we were
Leopard act. I know.
And then they made it impossible to get back on the ballot. So there are real problems. You got to worry. Like if the elected officials like you, then that's fine. If they don't, they're going to change the laws just like they did 100 years ago, right? And maybe make it worse.
Else.
Oh.
Since we don't have fusion voting in Wisconsin, I never experienced it when I was in the legislature, so I don't know what impact it might or might have.
Sorry, yeah, hard to say. So I realize we're running a little short on time, so I'll open things up to the audience to see if people have questions for any of our panelists here on the end.
Hi, and I'm Lee Raj. I live in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and I'm a plaintiff. And I want to, first of all, thank you for pulling this together. We are in a democratic crisis. But here's the thing. The worst thing we can do is nothing. This process, the litigation process, is going to last probably 2 years. And then it has to go through the legislature, and the rules and everything have to be formed. And all the things we're debating will happen again there. So I'm going to ask all of you, what can you do to think about it? Only a fraction of people of Wisconsin know what fusion voting is, okay? What can you do to spread the word so that more people understand this and you can broaden the awareness that we have? And that's my question.
My question is quick. Will this take a constitutional amendment or whatever to go through, or just the legislators can just change the law?
I'm not even sure the legislature would have to do anything. I mean, as I understand it, we're suing to have the banning language declared unconstitutional. Right. So it would have no effect. So I'm not sure it certainly wouldn't need a constitutional amendment, and I'm not sure it would need implementing.
It'll need something
we just go back to, what we had 100 years ago.
Yeah. We're very, very straightforward.
So in response to the plaintiff in the case, I organize for Indivisible in Waukesha County. I'm also a civics teacher and alum here of UW. And I'm bringing this to my Indivisible group. I will be teaching this and bringing this to my students and to my community. And it's all because of the organization here. So I'm really happy about that. Question for Judge Steininger and for the plaintiffs in the case. When this case finishes, will you be at the table for writing the rules, writing the administrative rules and the laws as to how it's going to be implemented here in Wisconsin?
They better be. Yeah, because otherwise they'll write laws that are really bad. They'll set very high signature requirements. But if you get a good decision from the state Supreme Court, there's a spotlight that will be shined on it, and presumably you'll be able to bargain for and you'll have to find sponsors and co-sponsors, all that stuff.
Given my age, I guess it'll depend on whether it finishes before I.
Would you pepper on that?
Judge Peacock, I believe is her name, on the Dane County Circuit Court.
I just have one question I'd like clarified, if you will. There's been a reference to aggregate fusion. I think that's the term you use, and a comment on the importance of having the count, Danny, that you referred to. Could you explain exactly what you mean? I think I know, but people have to know.
All right, so Schultz is running Republican. United Wisconsin likes Schultz, and they vote for him. And 15% of his votes gets counted on the fusion line. There are other things. He's calling it aggregated fusion. Some of us call it dual labeling. In Oregon, you can run R, comma, independent, but the independent party doesn't get to show its total. The independent party hates that system. They want their own ballot line. So we're trying to figure out, can we get the law changed to allow actual fusion? The whole point of fusion, is the minor party has to be able to count its votes. Otherwise, it's not showing the major party anything. So that is absolutely non-negotiable. And it's important. Somehow we're going to have to figure out how in the decision from the court, we're going to have to make the case. Where's counsel to make sure that they say, don't mess around. Lisa Dishes here from Minnesota. She won this case in Minnesota in 1996, and the legislature went right to the don't let them count their votes. Who will have to watch out for that.
If you remember the slide that I had at the very beginning, that showed the New York ballot. That's disaggregated fusion. And as I said, it depends on what you want. If you want a little bit of leverage, then disaggregated fusion works. If you want a clean ballot where candidates from smaller parties or any party actually have a chance, you want aggregated fusion. So it depends on what you want to do with it.
In my opinion, I'm for leverage.
For leverage. There was a great moment in the Supreme Court. I got to tell the story. In the Supreme Court case in 1996 that Sarah Siskin sitting there was lead lawyer on, which we lost. Terrible decision. There's this great moment where the attorney for the state of Minnesota is arguing. It's very confusing, this fusion thing. And then Ruth Bader Ginsburg says, we've been voting this way for like 40 years in New York. Nobody's confused. And then Scalia says, he's saying people in Minnesota are stupider. And the Minnesota guy's like, no, I'm not saying that. So,
but if you want...
They rejected it.
Yeah, they just said they had this great ruling. It's true it discriminates against the minor party to not be able to have your own candidate. But you can still do everything a party can do except run people for office. It's like, that is the whole point of a political party.
But if you want PR or RCV, you need to have aggregated fusion at the most. If you want PR, proportional representation, or RCV, disaggregated fusion is almost impossible. So to have it with.
Good call. There's Jennifer Dresden's still here.
She's right there.
So she wrote this fantastic paper, which we will send to everybody if the organizers let us send it out. It's called Fusion as a Pathway to Proportional Representation, published just last month. It's really worth reading. I think people will really enjoy it because you need in single winner race. Anyway, you'll see the paper. It's quite brilliant.
Thank you all very much for coming and talking to us. I really appreciate it. We've been comparing New York and considering New York's implementation of fusion quite a bit. And as I think it's been alluded to before, New Yorkers and Wisconsinites have a little bit different culture sometimes. So I'd be curious for both the New Yorkers and the Wisconsinites, in-state and out-state New York, how you see the role of a state's culture or popular culture influencing the success or failure of ranked choice, moderation, these sorts of movements that we've been talking about today.
Interesting question. Did you want to, as a Wisconsinite?
Well, I am a Wisconsinite. I'll admit to that. It's funny. When I was in the legislature, I came to the conclusion at one point that party affiliation is often in some families like religion.
Absolutely.
It's kind of passed down through the generations. I had a good friend and neighbor who was a Democrat. He was more conservative than I was on just about every position down the line, but he grew up in a union family, and it was so I don't know. I don't know how you get lifelong Republicans, lifelong Democrats to decide they're not that anymore unless they become totally disillusioned, as I explained.
So, New York is partisan down the line to local elections. I mean, there's a lot of political socialization into parties right from the ground up. So I do think that there's a certain amount of that kind of culture where people are simply, this is my baseball team. This is, something like that. And I do think certain areas that I've looked at and been, encouraged by have different political cultures that are more amenable to electoral change. I mean, Portland, Oregon, Portland, Maine just passed proportional ranked voting. I was stunned but they have different open political cultures about this stuff. New York, it's tough because the parties don't want to cede an inch to each other or to anybody else in their fiefdom. So I don't know.
United Wisconsin is going to have to figure out how to talk Wisconsinese, but I'll bet they'll be pretty good out.
Dad, I was wondering if you could actually talk about what the early years were like when you're first creating the party. About what to just so Wisconsinites can understand what the first few years would look like.
It started with about 5 people, but all of them were rooted in one kind of either community organization. There was a guy from the communications workers. There was a woman from a group called Citizen Action of New York out of Albany, well known to you. And they said, let's try. Now, they didn't have to legalize it. It was legal, right? And it was clear that the Liberal Party, remember somebody talked about this, Liberal Party existed for a long time, but it had lost its way. The famous line was, they're neither liberal nor a party. It really was, they went for Giuliani, and so they were running out of gas. And this group saw a little bit of an opening. And so they said, let's try to create the party. It was a ton of work because you had to gather at that time it was 15,000 signatures, and you had to run someone for governor. But in our case, it was a Democrat. We had no illusions. This Democrat wasn't going to win, and he wasn't really very good. Our slogan was Vallone. He's not that bad. So, and it was a 50,000 vote requirement. We got 51,300. We just made it by the skin of our teeth. On election day, we thought we had lost until Mark Dunley, the leader of the Green Party, called us up and said, oh, no, you're going to get over because they haven't recanvassed the votes yet. These are in the lever machine still. So by 3 weeks later, we got the last 6,000 votes. We were quite stunned. And then here's the thing about when you own a ballot line, which is what a party owns. That's what a party owns. That's like owning a giant television station. You are broadcasting to voters at the moment of decision. Vote for, and if you've imbued your label with meaning. So WFP, all we worked on for like 5 years was the minimum wage. It was so boring. But you do it because you want people, oh, that's the party that stands for that. Minor party has few advantages, but it does have one advantage over a major party. You are not required to take a stand on every issue. The press doesn't expect you to. Your members don't want you to. The political class, you get a pass, which is really valuable. You can say, we're for A, B, and C. We know D, E, and F are also important, but we're sticking to A, B, and C right now because you're trying to get known, right? Because you want voters to go into that voting booth and think, I heard of that thing, kind of. Somebody told me, I got a piece of mail, I saw something, whatever. I went to we did a lot of house parties. A lot. So and the other thing about a party, as opposed to something running independent, you're building something for the next election. You keep your list. Don't throw out your list. That's my advice. It's like the famous Ripon meeting, right? Who went to the Ripon meeting? It was the Free Soil guys, the Liberty Party guy. I have the signing sheet. I found the signing sheet. It's like you want to keep track of stuff, and you want to, and we spent what money we had, we spent on let's take our top 200 people to Albany for a weekend. Some training, and then one, half a day lobbying, right? People loved it. It's like being with other people, trying to get something done. So politics can be fun. Don't just make it drudgery. And Wisconsin, you drink something.
Yes.
There you go. So it was really hard, but very satisfying. The hard part for the center, and this is that there are not. We had some organizational anchors. There was a group called Acorn, got famous later. And one of these unions, we had 3 or 4 organizations, which means we had people who already had some lists, and they had a staff person or two that they could lend to the party. But so you got to find some of that. I feel like I watched the Rotary Club, the Milwaukee Rotary Club video. That is some great video. It's not, a Rotary Club discussion was really exciting. So it's like you're going to have to go out there and talk to people and say, will you hold a house party? Invite 10 neighbors. Got to clean your house. But other than that, it's not that hard.
Peter, do you have other sort of organizing thoughts as a veteran party co-chair here?
Dan has said a lot of them, and I agree with, I think, almost all of them. Collect your lists, knock on doors. make sure that you inspire your volunteers, right? To give them a purpose. I suppose with this struggle, they have a very definitive purpose, but if you're building a political organization, there has to be an ethos, right? There has to be, I think, a real ideology behind it. And I think in training them, informing them how to do the work, right, is extraordinarily important. A lot of people are afraid to make phone calls, door knock, do those kind of things. Maybe if afterwards I can talk about this, but I mean, it's just a lot of people will come to you fresh off the street. They want to help, and then they'll get discouraged if you don't build up the base that way. So I think it's really important, both the platform and the structure, and keep chugging, because I think, as Max Weber said, politics is slow boring through hard boards. So good luck.
I think we have time for one question in the back there.
Can't hear you.
Wait, why don't we just wait for a second for the microphone? Sorry.
Hi, I'm Chris Andrews. I'm the executive director of United Wisconsin, and I want to say thank you to the UW-Madison team as well, and all of our other partners for putting this on. But you've made a wonderful segue for me to give you a little bit of, please take a look at our website. Go to www.unitedwisconsin.org and see our membership, our leadership. It's a cross-section of Wisconsin. It's a cross-section of labor and education and conservation and nonprofits, et cetera. And you can take a look at our principles, what we stand for. We looked at the issues that we believe have always made Wisconsin special. Rule of law. We have always had a strong rule of law sentiment here in this state. Our public education systems. I had the pleasure of working for 20 years for the UW system, and I always say when I went to Washington, everybody, it was like being in church, and that was not because of me. It was because of our technical college, our universities, our excellent K-12 system. Look at another area we're focused on is the environment and our natural resources. Why do people come to Wisconsin? Why do we see all those Illinois cars? Because we have wonderful lakes and rivers, and those.
Let me just, sorry, we're in the interest of time. Let me sort of just cut you off here and sort of let's transition. Let me just thank our panelists here, and I just want to introduce our final speaker. So our final speaker to give closing remarks is Mark Schmidt, the Director of Political Reform Program at New America. But before he comes up to give remarks, please join me in thanking our panelists. Mark, are you here?
Thank you all, and I want to thank Chris Andrews actually for those comments and for her help in the early stages of planning this conference, which was really kind of a master guide to this entire state for those of us who don't live here. I'm Mark Schmidt. I run the Political Reform Program at New America. We've been thrilled to be a part of this. First of all, I want to say this is just a wonderful crowd to see this level of interest and engagement in these issues. It's really a thrill, and there's been so little attrition during the day. This is a pretty close count to the count that we had at the beginning. So that's amazing, actually, especially on such a beautiful day. I think what was great about this conference was kind of putting some of these reforms in context, instead of, doing the kind of silver bullet thing. And I've been to a lot, I've been involved in this field for a long time, and I've used to go to a lot of conferences about campaign finance reform that would just be about like campaign finance reform will fix everything or whatever. It's really nice to have something that says, this is a really important reform to know about. We also want to understand its limits. We also want to know how it relates to other things, and to really have that, discussion that is not purely academic, but cuts across a lot of areas. There are a couple things that I wanted to mention that I was going to say really hadn't been brought up that much, but in this last panel, some of them really were brought up, but I want to emphasize them again. One that's super important was mentioned a little bit in almost like a law school context, but I want to really put it this way in terms of, freedom of association. Essentially, the fusion ban says if I want to, I can create you can create a political party, and you can nominate basically anybody who's qualified to hold that office, except for one type of person, which is a person who was nominated by another party. And that's a limit that we place on our ability to form associations and work together and collaborate as a political party. And there's no reason for it. And as all the historical discussion emphasized, that's not how our country worked for a long time. And we had a more fluid and flexible political system as a result that allowed the formation of new parties and allowed the formation of parties that ultimately became major parties, which I think is actually an important part of this. The other thing I want to say is I think, one way to think about our democratic crisis right now is in terms of the enormous concentration of power of one wing of the Republican Party within that party, its concentration of power in the executive branch, the dominance of the unitary executive theory, which, further concentrates power, the, increasing irrelevance of Congress further concentrates power. I think when we talk about the kind of parties that can form in a fusion system, one way to think of them is there are other sources they spread power around, that create other places where people can do their political work that are not locked into these rigid systems. And so I think that sometimes I don't want to think that there are major parties and fusion parties. I think there's hope over time that you have a more fluid system and, small parties become somewhat larger parties or that change can occur. I think of fusion parties as the ability to create parties that have 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the major parties, and the 1 foot out is important too. And the power to say we're not going to fuse with a major party is a really important power and has to be used. And Dan gave some good examples of when that's used, and it is used rarely. I think it would be used more by moderate parties that could sometimes endorse one, sometimes endorse the other, sometimes say this time we got to run our own. And I think all three of those options are incredibly important, and eventually could turn into something bigger. And important to that, I mean, we did talk. I think there was a lot of interesting conversation here about the relationship between fusion and ranked choice voting, but the relationship between fusion and proportional representation is much more important, and I think, or much more promising, I would say. And Peter makes a good point about that can be difficult with a disaggregated ballot. I never remember which is the way. With a disaggregated ballot, it's there are ways to do it, and it is important to get to the point where not only like in a state like Texas should Democrats be represented in proportion to their vote, or in a state like Massachusetts Republicans should be represented. That you also should get to the point where libertarians are reflected by the something comparable to their share of the vote, and kind of forming coalitions at the legislative level rather than locking them down at the electoral level. So I think there's a fusion is a small step. We put it in context, but it opens the door to a vision of a much different, more fluid, representative political process that could escape some of the pull that's pulled us towards authoritarianism now. So that's what's exciting to me about this. So again, I want to really thank the university has been, both the law school and the political science department and Kim Rather here have been just, amazing partners. We had a lot, we met frequently. Maurice Estrano from our program really helped move this process in a wonderful way. Dave Palmer as well. But it was kind of a joy to join these meetings every couple weeks, and have people like Chris who really just gave us lessons about Wisconsin, and other people talking about how academics view this and making this really come together. So anyway, I appreciate all of you coming. I appreciate everybody who's spoken, and thank you all of you for
for being part of this.